And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another, or to the beginning here of the LiuLi Cup Grand Finals 2024 Group Stage, Group A. I'm Korsho VIP with you. I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in the chat, by my plushies as well. Welcome, one and all, to Group A here. We have four amazing players. We have GuMiho, Oliveira, Rogue, and Reynor. And these four players are going to be duking it out in a GSL Group Stage format for two players to make it through into the playoffs. Oh boy, we are jumping into game number one. We're jumping into our fresh best of three. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Italian Zerg player, the blue Zerg. It is, for Basilisk, Reynor. There we go. And in the bottom... Oh, wait, no! Wait, what's happening? Sorry, that was Oliveira. In the bottom right-hand corner, playing Terran. It's Reynor. They're crazy. God damn it. My brain just assumed, yeah, you know, we have the Zerg, we have the Terran, everything's as it should be. This is a ZVT, but Oliveira is off racing as Zerg and Reynor is off racing as a Terran. If you're in the chat... Oh! Okay, there's a little latency going on, but if you're in the chat, predictions are going to be open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck in the chat, as again, Oliveira and Reynor, they have both agreed to the shenanigans, to the nonsense, baby. I mean, as of late, we've been seeing a lot of players in a way off race, or at least dip their toes into other races and have a lot of success. Obviously, Reynor's played a lot of Protoss, competed as a lot of Protoss to avoid ZVZ matchups. Clem has done the same, avoiding TVT and playing Protoss and taking down some big names. And here we have Oliveira now playing Zerg and Reynor playing Terran. I don't know how good Oliveira's Zerg is, I'll be honest. I'm a little bit concerned. What I can say, though, is that we actually have seen Reynor defeat Clem's Zerg. We've seen Reynor embrace late game TVZ and go mass Ghost and take down some big Zerg names. So yeah, Reynor, his off race is pretty good. It is GM level. It is around, I would assume, around 6k. We'll see how good Oliveira's Zerg is, though. That's the real question. How does Oliveira compare to Reynor? That's gonna be the big question that I pose here to these two players. But here we go. Let's go. Oh no, let us go. Oh, there's times where he's really playing for fun. Kind of. If you recall, Oliveira, he did make a post. He did make a statement that if StarCraft 2 was not going to be returning for EWC, then he would retire. So it's important to kind of not take that out of context and not assume that he is just retiring here and now, then and there. It is off of whether or not there is going to be an Esports World Cup. So there is a bit of there is a kind of caveat to that. So yeah, so we'll see. We shall see. I'm sure that's also why Oliveira did play Protoss yesterday, and why he's playing Zerg here is because he isn't necessarily devoting as much time as he used to. Here we go. As we are going to be settling in. We also saw Cyril and Showtime play with opposite races. I think that was during the Basilisk Big Bang bouts, like a month ago or something, if that's what you're referring to. But now, though, we are going to be settling in. Yesterday, he's retiring regardless. Oh, okay. That's, I'd have to take you on your word for that, just because from my understanding, it was whether or not EWC was going to be coming back. I don't know if he since has like clarified that he is going to be retiring regardless. If so, that is definitely sad to hear. Definitely a big Oliveira fan. He's a very good player, and would love to see more of him. But for the time being, Reaper does dip into the main. Going to be picking up 2 Lings. Not bad. 2 Lings going to be going down. I'm pulling back out. And so far, Oliveira, he is keeping up. I mean, did lose 2 Lings, but hasn't lost any workers. Getting his 3rd base, taking the forward 3rd here against Reynor. And behind this, Reynor getting to his own 1-1-1. Interesting. A much more aggressive build here out of Reynor. Something that I should emphasize. Oh, as we... There we go. So just messed with the audio. But something that I should emphasize here is that Reynor, he is going to be delaying his 3rd CC. So 3rd CC is going to be delayed. Reynor is going to be a little more active. He's going to be a little more aggressive. He's going to be in the face of Oliveira. Ooh, and already takes down the Tumor, escapes with the Reaper. Very nice value, very nice trade so far here by Reynor. And with this more aggressive build, he can follow with additional Hellion production, with earlier Banshee production, and with a committed move out early on. So hyper aggression here by Reynor. We'll see if Oliveira can keep up. Here we go. I think it was more or less a show match. Yeah. It was the Basilisk show match. As you see, Reynor going to be rotating around over towards the right hand side. Likewise, Lair is on the way for Oliveira. A bit of an earlier Lair timing here. That was around like what, 4:10-ish Lair timing, so very early. I'm curious if that is with purpose. Again, Oliveira, he isn't necessarily main race historic, so I don't really know if he is going to be committing as hard into something earlier like 2-base Muta, earlier Gases, earlier Spire, into something like a Link Queen Nidus all in. I'm curious what the early Lair entails, if anything. Hellions they poke in. Banshee soon to arrive. It's going to be on Reynor to break through. Also, as we settle into this, a big shout out to Baby Links as well in the chat. Thank you so much. Did occur during the countdown screen, but thank you so much for resubscribing for 32 months. That's a lot of months. That's a lot of months, 32 months here. Subscribing to the CranKy Ducklings. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. As the Banshee does hit the natural. Getting a couple of drones. 2-3 drones going down already, getting up to 4 drone kills. And remember, Cloak is still available. Oh, and Reynor, he is picking Oliveira apart, picking off those workers, diving into the mineral line. Could have gone for the third, but actually going towards the natural. It does head towards the natural base instead. Workers, they are getting roasted. Lings, they attempt to counterattack. Back at home, there's a full wall. Oh no, they're lining up. The drones, they do line up for a moment there, and that's going to be 14 worker kills. This is borderline game-ending damage. This is game-ending damage at this point. Yeah, 20 drone kills in total. 22 workers go down. And at this level of play, that is just too many losses too quickly. And we are still not done. The Banshee is still wreaking havoc. 27 workers. 28. 29. Can he get 30? He can. Oh, God. Exactly 30 drone kills. Almost 2 mineral lines worth of workers go down. And with that, Reynor has a massive advantage. Has a massive lead. From here, we can, of course, work towards our stim timing. And sure, on the one hand, Reynor, his third CC is delayed. That is true. It is a delayed third CC out of Reynor, but at this point, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that it is delayed. He is far enough ahead. From here, he can start working towards his eventual 1-1 timing. As he breaks out and secures his third. Just waiting for it to kick in. Meanwhile, Oliveira back at home, he's going to be able to re-drone, resaturate, get into his own 1-1. Oliveira, he is stuck at home. Outside of going for an all-in, like he's going to have a really hard time recovering. It's going to take a very long time for that to occur. And Reynor, he can just commit. We'll keep an eye on his racks count. So far, he's only on 5. He could throw down extra racks behind this and go for a 3-base all-in, but to be honest, he doesn't really need to. Like, he can kind of pick and choose how he wants to approach this, and there is no wrong answer necessarily for Reynor. He is far enough ahead. He stims in, takes down 2 queens, gets a 3rd queen as well, and he can just take down every king. There's just nothing to defend. There's just nothing here at this point. Yeah, the Marines, they snowball out of control. They don't even have 1-1. They just have stim. And they take down almost every single queen. Once again, brutal losses here for Oliveira. He has to resaturate. He has to rebuild. We can see a second factory on the way for Reynor. The second factory tells us that most likely Reynor's going to be taking extra gases. Interesting. From here, he can expand. Yep, there we go. 4th CC on the way. So it's just a 5-rack setup into a 4th base, into a macro game, into a longer game state. But again, like Reynor, he can do what he wants at this point. I think someone in the chat said it was going to be an A-rack. This is not an A-rack. This is not a 3-base all-in. He's just settling into a longer game state. But yeah, if he moves out, I don't think he can be stopped. He cannot be stopped. Not like this. From here, he can move out. 2-2 starts up. 1-1 is now done here for Reynor. As he does set up here at the 3rd. And from here, he can just steam in. We do see Oliveira setting up a surround. He comes in from behind, but alas, won't quite get much done. Bailings, they do roll in. I go to the splits. Oof. They force to make up. Okay, Oliveira, he's holding. He is holding on. Reynor taking his gases, finishing up his second factory. 4th CC finishing up as well. Oliveira, he is making his way towards the main. Sorry, Reynor even. My brain keeps thinking Terran is Oliveira. God damn it. But double jump into the main. Meanwhile, going for a split pushy on the right-hand side. And Oliveira just doesn't have the numbers to defend both locations at once. He's going to try to, though. 2 queens go down. Nice trades here by Reynor. Bailey's are in the main. Not the worst connections, but there's still a lot of IO left over. Oh, nicely done. Across the map, getting 8 SCV kills. Oliveira getting some counter damage. Let's go. Meanwhile, 2-2 is almost done. So, Reynor, he can move out and hit that 2-2 timing. As he has yet to really commit with his tanks. And Oliveira is doing what he can. Denies mining at the 4th. Delays the move outs. At least doesn't attempt to. But the reality is Reynor, he's about to max. He's about to max out. And soon he can stamp, baby. Then he can win. 3-3 starts up. Reynor just securing his 4 bases. From here can start up a 5th. Get into a 5th CC. And he may just opt to wait to max out at this point. Just playing it safe. Rotating over. Speaking of, there we go. He is now at 192 supply. Pushing onto creep can still be quite daunting. Oh, but the mine shots, oof, they are going to be brutal. Take down most of the lings. Or majority of lings. See Oliveira attempting us around. Reynor, he's still chosen to leave supply back at home as well. Bear that in mind. Like, this isn't his entire army. Just moving out with a small force. Oh god, Jesus. As the Ling Realm makes its attempt to get shut down, GG gets called as Oliveira. He's far too behind, and Reynor takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Reynor does take a lead in the series, and we'll see if Oliveira can bounce back. What I will say about game 1 is that honestly it was decided by the initial move outs. The 1-1-1 Hellion Banshee harass did end the game. If you remember, 30 drone kills. It's 30 workers went down to the Hellion and Banshee harass. That was game then and there. You cannot really recover from that point. Just too many losses too quickly there, and alas, in the end, GG, well played. Reynor just snowballed out of control. Oliveira could not recover. There were maybe some opportunities for maybe some Ling run bys or some Bailing drops or something creative or something crazy like that. But here we go. So Oliveira, he's letting Reynor know. So the next game is going to be on Abyssal Reef, and Oliveira, he's letting Reynor know that Zerg cannot win on Abyssal, so he's going to be switching to a different race, which is also true. Kappa. So game 2 is going to be on Abyssal Reef, and I believe Oliveira, he's switching to Protoss. There we go. He is switching to Protoss. And I do understand. Imagine playing TVZ on Abyssal. God, no. So he does switch to Protoss. And here we go. We're getting into game 2. And in the top left-hand corner, we have Oliveira, the Chinese Protoss player for Weibo Gaming. The zoom, papi. The zoom. And in the bottom right-hand corner, still sticking with Terran, we have the Italian player for Basilisk. It is Reynor. Here we go. So we go from ZVT to PVT instead. And we'll see how Oliveira will approach this. Now, for those that are curious, the remarks that Oliveira had about Abyssal Reef are specifically related to the base layout and how defendable these bases are. What I'm referring to here is that your natural, your third, your fourth, and your fifth base locations are very easily taken and very easily fortified. As a result, we have seen a lot of kind of turtle play really excel on this map, whether it's from the side of Terran, whether it's from the side of Protoss, but just securing this base or this corner of the map, maxing out, taking up as well into Sky Toss or into like a mech ghost composition, and then snowballing from there. That has been the go-to in a lot of these, at least Zerg related matchups. In a TVP, it's a little bit different. You are able to be more assertive, more aggressive. I'm really curious to see how Oliveira opens up, whether he opens up Stargate or Twilight Council. They both have more aggressive options here, but I would imagine Stargate play is going to be the go-to on a map as large as Abyssal Reef. It allows you to be aggressive, to harass, I should say, to deny drop play, and to get into earlier tech like Colossus production. So we'll see what Oliveira goes for. But now just a gate cyber expand. And Reynor going to be opening up with, I believe, a single gas geyser. No, sorry, two gas, sorry. Double gas opener out of Reynor, so he's going for a Rax into factory into a delayed CC. So Reynor is being more tech heavy, and again, we have yet to determine the tech of Oliveira, as the cyber core just finished. What is it going to be? This patch has solved turtling. Kappa. Oh, the Kappas. Oh, the Kappas. I mean, this is just often vetoed. It's just a vetoed map. Not vetoed here, though, is an interesting thing to take note of. As we have our take of choice, going to be a Twilight Council opener out of Oliveira. It is going to be Twilight Council into Blink. And we'll see how many gateways get thrown down from the side of Oliveira. Meanwhile, Zealot will delay the CC. Does poke in. Does delay. But is going to be dealt with. Nice clean up out of Reynor. Now, again, with his double gas opening, you can go into a faster factory, into faster starport. You can go into Banshee play, into a more committed Widowmine drop. We'll see how Reynor does approach this as his CC is on the way. Kappa. Commences on the way. Early tank production. Okay, we have our answer. That again is very early tank here for Reynor. So early tank production. This could be leading into an early tank drop with a medevac out of the starport. Meanwhile, Oliveira, he throws down 2 more gateways. That's going to be a 3-gate setup. 3-gate blink. Very safe play by Oliveira. With this, he can reinforce, he can move out, he can gain map control, and he can push in towards the bases of Reynor. And speaking of medevacs, there it is. The first medevac is on the way. So Reynor is going for an early push. And Reynor's hope is to catch Oliveira being greedy, but as we've seen, Oliveira did open 3 gates. So very safe play out of Oliveira. This is going to be in favor of the Protoss, but it also comes down to how early Oliveira engages with the army. What I mean by that, Reynor, he's soon going to move out, and Oliveira, ideally, he wants to be out on the map to delay the push and to force early sieges and to pick off early units. As the Monarch does move out, we have Liberator production behind this, so tanks and Liberators all on the way. Now, I had assumed that Reynor was going to be moving out with that early tank and moving out with everything, but no, he's only moving out with that 1 medevac drop of Marines. The tanks are being left at home, for now. Oliveira taking his 3rd. Reynor amassing his army. Oliveira likewise moving out as well. This means that Oliveira doesn't really have much at home to defend. Here comes that medevac drop. You know, Reynor, he's secure at the natural. He's got 2 tanks. Oliveira, he's going for the dive. Oh, the mine shot. Oh, my God, mine shot is not quite going to go. Whew. Clutch control here out of Oliveira. Takes down the first tank. You know, Marines, they do slip into the main. They force the recall. Oliveira, he recalls back. And here comes that main push. Now, thankfully, Oliveira, he is slowing it down. Oh. Gets a tank, picks up a couple of Marines. Again, just buying time, slowing down the push. Back at home, Oliveira, he's able to reinforce with extra warp-ins. Oh, diving on the tank. That was a crazy dive out of Oliveira. It's going to cost him some stalkers. Did get the tank. Reynor, he's down to 1. 1 tank left, and you're still dropping into the main. 5 probe kills already. 5 worker kills. Oliveira still trying to catch reinforcements. Delays the move out. And Reynor, he does end up getting past. He's headed towards the 3rd. Wants to knock it down. Gets 9 probe kills. And Oliveira's not quite ready. He's not quite in position. Reynor actually doesn't commit. He turns around. Okay. Does turn back around. He's racing back home, and Oliveira, he's held. Has held on. Did take some losses against the drop plane against the Liberator, that is true, but he got some very good value engaging in the middle of the map. Remember, he took down 2 tanks, picked off so many Marines, and Oliveira holds. With that, Oliveira now is going to be able to get his 3rd base up and running. Is getting saturated. Oh, can I do... There we go. Is getting it saturated. Oliveira, he pokes in. Reynor landing his 3rd. His 3rd base is getting up. Oliveira, can he find a tank? Oh, he can! He's going to get at least 1. 1 tank goes down. He gets the 2nd tank as well. Takes out all the Marines. Boys are being pulled. Or boys going to be saturating. But Oliveira, once again, he trades well. Picks up some high-tech units. 1 more tank coming in. Oliveira, he wants that tank. Oh, doesn't quite get it. Viking survives. Oliveira poking in, but Last doesn't really have enough to keep pushing, as there are so many Marines. He does pull away. Behind this, Oliveira taking into charge, into Storm, +1. Getting to his splash damage. With these reinforcements, Oliveira, he can still try to pick off that tank. Bearing in mind, Stim just began. Without Stim, Reynor, he can't really punish any kind of dive. I mean, he can with a large enough Marine army, but still, it's possible. Possible for Oliveira. For now, though, he backs up. He retreats, getting a 4th base, and now we're gearing up towards the mid-game. We've had enough early game aggression. We're calming things down. Reynor stabilizing on 3 bases, and Oliveira is doing the same on 4. So we're headed towards that mid-game. Hello, Shema, Papi Shema. Este Cashin. Good to see you. So we are going to be setting up. And we'll see how well Reynor can deal with something like Storm. As Storm is now done, Reynor likewise is making 4 ghosts at a time. That's a lot of ghosts. The ghost count is building up. And we'll soon see our players move out. I mean, again, we are loading into Abyssal Reef. So I said earlier how defendable these bases are, and that's still applicable here to TVP as well. So both players just getting their 4th bases. We could get up to our 5th base. I mean, as I say, that 5th base now on the way for Oliveira. And both players are going to max out. Headed towards maxing out. And depending on how certain things do go, if Oliveira does recognize how defendable Reynor is and does recognize that he can't quite break him, or if he can't quite break him, then we could see Sky Toss. For now, Oliveira committing with his ground army. I'm not too confident he can break through. Gonna poke in towards the natural. There's plenty of ghosts in position. As Oliveira, he rotates towards that fourth base. Takes down the Widow Mines. High Templar looking for a storm. Ooh, first High Templar goes down. Massive pickup. There's another Templar behind this. Ooh, the army's getting caught out. EMP as well. Where are the storms? And 2 Templar full. Very nice EMPs out of Reynor. Shuts down Oliveira. He has to retreat. He has to pull away. Looking for a better engage. Reinforcing our Templar have arrived. Ooh. Just barely they hold on. Nice storm. Storm of the Bayou. Reynor being chased down. And there are still 3 more storms behind this, at least 3. And with that, Oliveira gets behind the mineral line. Storms coming in. Oh, they mainly zone away. No major connections. Ooh, another storm will land, though. And with that, Oliveira, he's running out of storms. They were okay towards the end, but didn't quite get the damage he was hoping for. And Reynor holds. Reynor, he holds on. You can see that 5 High Templar went down, 2 Immortals, 26 Zealots. Oliveira, he does fall in supply. He was hoping for more damage. Oh, here comes... No! Here comes the Storm Jump. Storm does land. Oliveira, he's kind of making this work. Chasing this back. Can this 3 more High Templar? They cannot quite break the planetary. So Reynor, he holds the line. Does hold the line, taking up, getting into his fusion core. That's going to be for Liberator range. Oliveira still looking for a way in, but again, trying to break a defending player. I mean, it goes both ways, whether it was Reynor being the aggressor or Oliveira. But trying to push up into the natural here, it's not easy. It's just a narrow ramp, a narrow choke point. Reynor has the high ground. Oliveira cannot push in. And now we can see Oliveira taking up into a second robo, into a bay, into Colossus production, into disruptors. But it may just be too late. As Reynor's max, Reynor has a more efficient army. And going for his drop across the map. I'll say move command in. The drops are deflected. Oliveira, he responds well. Oh. Catching a full medevac. Let's go. That does go down. Oliveira, he holds back at home. Jeez, that's a lot of High Templar. that's a massive spread of what? 6 High Templar. One gets sniped, so does the other. That's gonna be 3 High Templar pulling. Massive storm on the army. That was a brutal storm. There's still a couple more left behind this. At least 2 more storms. But Oliveira, he lost so many High Templar in the process. Disruptors have arrived. Oliveira taking another base, another expansion. Getting a 7th base, Jesus. Trying to catch other ghosts. Nova's going to be zoning away. Up! Not quite connecting. And again, Oliveira, he's just running out of high-tech units here. Bleeding out another disruptor. 1, 2 disruptors go down. Reynor still maxed. Liberator production has finally begun. That's really what we're waiting for, the libs. The freedom. The freedom is coming. It's on the way. As we catch up the High Templar once again. And the Gateway army remaining. And it's kind of like a weird game state where on the one hand, Oliveira has been he hasn't really been fighting too well. He's been losing Disruptors and High Templar time and time again, but he's also on 7 bases. he's on a 7 base economy. He can afford this. He can afford to be inefficient. And he's kind of getting away with it here. Zealots take counter-attack across the map. They get into a mineral line. They force friendly fire. Oof. 9 SCVs going down. 10 SCVs even. Army gets forced back. The Liberators have arrived. Oliveira once again trying to push his way in. Into tank fire, into Liberators as well. This is a rough fight here for Oliveira. Doesn't quite break through. Again, just ramming his face against a brick wall this entire time, and Reynor, he will not be broken. He knows the power of Abyssal Reef. just defend. Just defend on 5 bases, you're fine. Now, I should emphasize as well that Reynor taking a 6th base is going to be difficult. Oliveira is getting away with it because Oliveira has map control. So even though the 6th and 7th base for Oliveira are exposed, like they're being untouched for the time being. Just because of how aggressive Oliveira is being. And at the same time, Reynor, his would-be 6th base is actually going to be delayed, and we'll see if he can hold on to it. Can Reynor expand? Can they get a 6th? Tank goes down. Liberators are exposed. And they're being targeted down one after the other. Liberators are going down. Decent storms. Lib kind of gets reset. Reynor coming in from behind. He gets us around, catches out every single Disruptor. Disruptors do fall. Colossus as well. And Oliveira here overextended. Losing far too much here. Down to 1. Colossus down to 0. Just Stalkers and Zealots left. And from here, Reynor, he can stim, and he can win. Again, Oliveira, up to a certain point, he was able to afford these trades and afford these losses, but not quite like this. Base goes down. From here, Reynor could try to force his way up into the natural, but now just peeling up towards the 6th, towards the 7th. Oh, he has options. Just standing here against the Gateway Army. Why not? And Oliveira, he barely has an army left. Barely an army standing. Hold on, I'll try to I know the audio is a little bit low. There we go. We'll fix that up. So as you see, Reynor stimming into the natural, takes down a Colossus. 24 probe kills. I don't know if Reynor has actually scouted the 7th base. So far it is towards the top right. So far undisturbed. Doesn't quite have eyes on it. As Reynor is going for a split push. Does get eyes on the southern base. Trying to sneak up on it. Once again, Oliveira, I mean, he has a bank to work with, and he does warp an extra High Templar. Nice storms. Storms connect. Bases are going down. Storm gets baited out. Oliveira still trying to recover. He's on 3, soon to be 4 Colossus. Let's go. Doesn't have the largest army, but the quality is there. Reynor just pulling Oliveira apart. Still is yet to scout top right. Takes on 10 workers. Yeah, this base here, it's Oliveira, he's gone away with so much. Unscattered ninja base. I mean, not even a ninja base, but Reynor didn't quite check. And the expansion is keeping Oliveira in this. He's almost remaxed. He's getting there. Meanwhile, Reynor finally gets his own stick. Denying the Nexus. Gets eyes on the Prism. And if Oliveira's not too careful, he will actually drag the army towards that fresh mining base. And better fight for Oliveira. Takes down the Bio. Reynor, he saw the transferring workers. He knows. Now he should be aware. Oliveira still in this. Let's go double Prism. The double drop micro. Let's go. I mean, he catches out the Ghost. Ghosts are going down. Oliveira chasing him back. Reynor in a bit of trouble here. Storm goes off. Okay. Storm goes off. CC under fire. This 6 base is going to go down. I believe this is the floated over natural. Not bad. And again, that top right base, I mean, it's carried Oliveira back into this. Just left completely untouched for the past couple of minutes. Now Storm's going to be popping up. No more libs here for Reynor. He's down to, what, 2 Ghosts? And the Colossus, they're just mowing down the army. Is there enough support? It's close. 1 Colossus goes down. Zelta coming to reinforce, and Oliveira, has he done it? Has he barely done it? Takes down another Ghost. Liberator has arrived. Reynor, he's holding. He's holding on. High reinforcements, they took a little bit too long here for Oliveira. It takes too long. Going back to Colossus once again. He has 2, soon to be 4 Colossus. Jesus. Thankfully, Reynor is going back into Viking production, so he will have an answer to those Colossus. Or at least a better answer. Yeah, so we do have a bit of a lull period here. Oliveira, he backs off, remaxes, so does Reynor. Oliveira, he gets eyes on the northern base, catches out all these transferring workers. Not bad. 14 SCVs go down. Oliveira pushing in, takes down a CC. Going for the planetary as well. I mean, it has been very scrappy. Very scrappy. Reynor, he just wants the 6th base. I believe this is... I mean, the natural did go down earlier. Is this the main floated over? Potentially. We haven't seen the main base in quite some time. Actually, this looks like the 3rd. The 3rd did float over. Reynor, he's burned through his bank. Running out of money. Oliveira built up to 4 Colossus. Let's say 5, soon to be 7 Disruptors here. So we have 2 more on the way. Although he rotates, takes down the planetary. Massive pickoff. And again, Reynor, he can't afford these losses. And SCV's going down. Oliveira pushing in towards the natural. Reynor out of position. Threading the production. Finally, top right goes down as well. Trading a base for a base. Well, the Colossus are left exposed. And the army stems in. The first Colossus should go down. Oh, the Vikings will barely bring it down. And a bit of an awkward fight here for Oliveira. Throws away all his zealots. And he might just have to recall the hell out of here. Can he hold on? The Novas! Nova sent away. Reynor can't push up that ramp. Not like this. No, the Nova goes off. Takes down the Marauders. The Novas, they just don't stop. Massive connection on the Ghost. And Reynor is came with the production. Oliveira's came to the production. Reynor at the same time takes down 2 bases. Pushing towards the natural. Disruptors are getting low. Another Nova goes off. Oh, takes down the Ghost. Yeah, final Ghost going down. Reynor, he's running out of steam, running out of army. At the same time, the Novas, they keep going up. Oliveira, he's handling his balls well. Very well. With that, he might finally be cleaned up across the map, but Oliveira, he holds. He holds, takes down more bases. Reynor, he's on a 1 base economy. A 1.5 base economy, really. As Reynor has to lift another CC. Trying to re-expand. Oh. So Oliveira, he zones Reynor away. Does zone away, never goes off. Splits it too late. Oliveira just buying time for more weapons, for more reinforcements. They are coming in. Got the Nova zones. Oliveira just dives on the army. Colossus, they finally have arrived. Remember, there's no more Vikings. No more Vikings. Disruptors, they're going to get picked off one after the other. Ooh, a bit of an overextension. Miscontrol here out of Oliveira. Throws away his Disruptors. Yeah, a little bit overconfident upon getting those Colossus. But despite that, reinforcements, they have arrived. Oliveira can keep pushing in. Reynor, his supply is inflated thanks to all these medevacs. So a lot of medevacs here for Reynor. And he barely has a ground army. But he does get another base up and running. He's resaturating that center expansion. He has top right. Again, both players, they're both on like around 2 or just under 2 base economies. Very scrappy. It could still go either way. There is a world where Oliveira overextends and loses these Colossus even. I mean, it has already happened in this game. Going for the mineral line. So let's say collapse on the Marauders. Stalkers going down. Reynor tries to stay in. But the Colossus, they stand the ground. They still trade well. That was a kill on the CC. Now the 3rd base is floating over. Or there was a CC next to the 3rd. Which is floating over as we speak. Reynor still just trying to maintain himself. I mean, his army's very cheap. It's a very cheap army. Just keep making man with gun. He's getting there. Zealots, they do hit the northern base. Mining is denied. At the same time, Reynor setting up his own drop as well. Zealots, they get 4 CVs. Oliveira likewise trying to rebuild as well. The Viking count is getting high. Vikings. Reynor going for another run by. Yo, we have storms. We have High Templar. 2 High Templar morph in. And I think I favor Oliveira in a head-on fight. I mean, it's going to be close. It's going to come down to the engagements, to whether or not the Vikings are able to shut down the Colossus ahead of time. How good the splits are. How good the EMPs are. Reynor this time he maintains his economy. Saves the base. Saves the mineral line. Reynor building up more ghosts. Oliveira pushing in. Here come the storms. Up! Prism on fire. Ooh, when the prism goes down. High Templar, they do get unloaded. High Templar are saved. There's still 3 more storms. The storms they pop off here on the Vikings. But the Colossus are going down. One of them barely survives. Nova goes off in the mineral line. Oh my god, massive connection. Nova goes off. The base gets broken. That's going to be a kill on the CC. Reynor's floating over to another base. He's floating his base over towards the northern expansion. I think that was the main. As Oliveira chases down Reynor. I do think that Oliveira has done it. Oh, the storms are brutal. Yeah, storms on the army. GG gets called, and Oliveira, he ties up the series. We are going to the ace match. GG. GG, well played. The series is going to be tied up. We're going all the way to the ace match here. Again, very, very tense back and forth here between Oliveira and Reynor. Very scrappy game state. We saw that Oliveira was being very stubborn in a sense, where he was trying to he was just constantly trying to break Reynor's defenses at his 5th, if you recall, and it wasn't really paying off too well. But if you remember, he was on 7 bases. Like Oliveira, he was on a 7-base economy. His 7th base was kept hidden as well. Reynor, he never scouted, or at least it took him a very long time to scout, very long time to punish. I'll be honest, if Reynor had seen that base earlier, like 5 minutes earlier, he would have been able to knock it down, and then he probably wins. He probably wins then and there. If you remember, that northern base did carry Oliveira, and it allowed him to recover. He was down like 30, 40 supply, but he was able to catch back up and make a game out of it, bring himself back in. GG. GG, well played. Whew. With that, we are going to the ace match. Let's go. Reynor saying Protoss Shiva. Oh, let's go, the trifecta. Okay. Oh, not quite, I should say. We're going back to what we do best, I suppose. Oliveira, he's going back to Zerg. Game 1, he played Zerg. Game 2, Protoss. Game 3, Zerg once again. And I think Reynor's going to commit to Terran. Wait. Hold up. Hold up. Hold on. PvP? Maybe. We might have a PvP instead, as both players have picked okay, hold on. No. They're still deciding. What's it gonna be? Reynor, okay. Here we go. We have Oliveira picking Protoss, it looks like, and Reynor is picking Zerg. Okay. Oh, wait. They're still deciding. Okay, so Reynor, he's playing Zerg, and Oliveira, he has agreed to play Protoss. Okay. PvZ, let's go. Oh, no. Can Reynor survive against Oliveira's Protoss? We're here to find out, as we're loading into the ace match. Here we go. Not seeing players going off race to have crazy strategies / moves. Kind of. I mean, they played relatively standard that last game. A little bit just came down to like mistakes from both sides, and because of that, just a scrappy game state, as they were, yeah. So both animals. But here we go in the left-hand corner. We have the Protoss player. It is Oliveira. In the top right, we have the Italian Zerg for Basilisk, Reynor. Here we go. But yeah, got very scrappy last game. I think it also shows us a little bit as well that possibly Oliveira's off-race and Reynor's off-race are quite comparable in skill. But Reynor has now opted to pick his main race instead. No play. Reynor, he does not want to leave this ace match to chance. Switching to Zerg. And I'm curious to see how Oliveira will approach this as well. Now, as I mentioned before, I don't know the level of Oliveira's Protoss. We did feature him against Zaun yesterday, and Oliveira, he almost defeated Zaun 2-1. Like, it was crazy. Like, in the PvP matchup, Oliveira, he had some cheeky all-ins and some cheeky builds and some crazy proxies. That is true, but this is a different matchup. So we'll see how Oliveira performs against the Zerg. See how he does perform. As we have our hatch gas pool opener here out of Reynor, nothing too crazy. Oliveira does confirm with the probe scout, he is aware. Back at home is going for the Nexus, so just gate into Nexus into Cybercore. Everything so far looking normal. So far. We'll see if either player does rush into an earlier lair, earlier tech. We'll see if Oliveira does open Stargate. And I'm curious, typically when a player off-races Protoss in this matchup, we often see Skytoss, to be honest. We often see a more standard opener into 3-base play, into like faster tech. But I'm not too certain what kind of player Oliveira is. It's possible he really enjoys Blink Stalker control and he could just go for a 3-base 8-gate all-in. It's possible. He could enjoy Glaive Adepts. Also possible. Here we go. Oh, and we have the answer. That I was not expecting. I was expecting Stargate opener, Twilight Counts opener. This is going to be a Robo opener out of Oliveira. This screams 2-base all-in. This screams 2-base all-in here from our Chinese Protoss player. And we'll see if Reynor can figure out what exactly is going on. Because if not, this can look like a truck. A Robo opener, so this could be one of two things. I'm feeling either a Soul Train with like mass Immortal Sentry, like an Immortal Sentry based all-in. Otherwise, this could be something crazy into a fast War Prism. Maybe one Immortal into a Slow Lot all-in. It's been a while since we really experienced too many slow lots all-ins. I think it's been a couple of months. I think we pointed it out, like I want to say last month, just because it's quite a rarity. There it is, Immortal production has begun. Extra gateways on the way. It's going to be a 4-gate setup. Sorry, a 5-gate setup. 6 gateways even. Yeah, it's going to be a slow little in. Let's go. No, not like this. Again, this is a build that was invented by Haas. This was back in 2021, I think. It was Haas during the EPT regionals of Taiwan, Hong Kong. And yeah, there was like a small period in time where this was all the craze. Quite a number of years ago at this point. And yeah, it's back. Aye. Again, who needs charge lots, Pappy, when the army comes to you? The slow lots, they're fast enough. Ah, no. As it is going to be a 7-gate setup here on 2 bases. Army moves out. This does hit quite fast. So far, nice control. Saves the Stalker, denies the Lings. And we are waiting for that warp in. As Oliveira, he's banking up those minerals. Shaving off those Lings. Once again, Reynor, he's delaying for as long as possible. Roach production has begun. Reynor cutting works at 39. Just massing up Lings and Roaches. Here we go. 7 Zealots at a time. Now, Oliveira, he did delay his warp in. There could have been like a warp in and a half here at this point. So Oliveira, he is missing Zealots. He's lacking Zealots, I should say. Lings, they come in from behind. They get us around on the Immortal. Zealots, they get on top of the Queens. But it looks like Oliveira just does not have enough. He did need that extra warp in. Again, he has 800 minerals in the bank. And there it is, the question mark. GG gets called. And with that, Reynor will take the series 2-1. GG. I love the cheeky smile. GG, well played. But again, Oliveira, he did delay his first warp in, so because of that, it was just like, it was an all-in that hit with half the size of the army. Unfortunately, he was banking resources. His Prism didn't really have the opportunity to siege up behind the army, so there were no reinforcements, and with that, the army was, again, half as big as it should have been there. GG. GG, well played. With that, Reynor does take the first series. Congratulations. That was a bit loud. My apologies. But GG, well played. Reynor, he will take the series, and with that, we'll move on to the winners match. Meanwhile, we're getting ready for our next match of the night. We do have 2 other competitors here in this group. It is a GSL format group, do not forget. So Oliveira, he gets knocked down to the elimination match. He's going to be facing against the loser of our next series of Rogue versus GuMiho. Let's go. So up next is going to be a ZVT. I know we were having some fun with some off racing, but that should not be the case here. We should be seeing some main racers in main race, Zerg versus Terran, after the break. We're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have our next matchup. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the group stage of LiuLi Cup 2024 Grand Finals Group A. We just wrapped up with our first match of the night. We just wrapped up with Reynor versus Oliveira, and now we have our second match of the night. We have Rogue versus GuMiho. Here we go, as we are jumping into game number 1, and we'll soon. Jumping in. Oh my god. As we're a little bit zoomed in. Okay, we're good. We're good to go. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets and who you think will take the series. Best of luck in the chat. Get your gamba going. As in the top left hand corner, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the blue Zerg. It is for Team Falcons, Rogue. And in the bottom right here, we have the South Korean Terran player, the reigning Home Zerg Cup champion. It is GuMiho. Let's go. We have our Rogue, we have our GuMiho. And it looks like GuMiho going to be opening up 2-Ranks Reaper. This is an opener that we don't often see. I'll be honest, we don't often see 2-Ranks Reaper play anymore. GuMiho does mix it in every now and then. So great to see it once again. This used to be very prevalent in the meta a year ago at this point. Very, very prevalent, but no longer. Meanwhile, we do see Rogue scouting for proxies. The reason why he's scouting for proxies with that drone is because that drone is designed to move out, then dip back in for the third base to go for a gaseous opener. So a greedy move here by Rogue. This is something you can pull off here on maps like Abyssal Reef, maps like King's Cove, and Neon Violet Square as well. Because these maps are so large, you cut corners. You can cut as many corners as possible here, and Rogue is doing so in not taking any gases. So he's playing gases. Meanwhile, GuMiho, it's going to be on him to punish this greed here by Rogue. And going 2-Ranks Reaper, I do kind of like GuMiho's position here. I think he has a lot of potential to wreak havoc. We'll see what he can do. As a reminder, because Rogue did open gasless, that means no link speed. That means no link speed. That means that these Reapers, they're in no real danger of going down. They head towards the mineral line. The Queen is not out. There are some links popping out though, just in time. Forcing out a Spore. Reaper does back up. But yes, as is being pointed out in the chat, as we've seen as well, I mean, shout out to the production team for actually providing the player cams. But yes, Rogue, it looks like, hopefully he's okay. Hopefully he's okay. I'm not too sure what happened, but, you know, maybe like had a cyst or something, or something else did occur, but maybe something, I'm hoping for something minor, but is playing with one eye. So his depth perception, it's gonna be a little bit impacted, I'm sure. The Reapers, they're closer than they seem. Oh no, not like this. As Reapers, they do dip into the main. So far, links are keeping up. We have more links on the horizon here, and oh, we do have a little bit of latency. Hopefully everything's okay. As a reminder, we are casting from a clean feed. Oh, we're back. We're back for a little bit. But again, as a reminder, we do cast events like this, events like Massive Coliseum, all via a clean feed. The way that the feed works is it is routed through a VPN, as you can imagine, as of course the organizers and observers are based in China. And hopefully things do stabilize. If the clean feed becomes too unwatchable, then we will try to get in game. At least for the remainder of the series. As Reapers, they rotate, they shut down most of the links. And links are being cleaned up. Okay, we're stabilizing. Whew. Okay, we're good, we're good. The GuMiho is still active. As a reminder, still no gases. Or I should say, just a low gas income. Link speed has just now begun. Do have Rogue harassing across the map, getting onto the third base. Attempting to delay. I'm a little bit shocked that GuMiho got his third base on location. That is crazy. Very greedy by GuMiho. Reapers denied access to the main. Gonna be forced back. And Rogue, he does defend. He does hold, he does defend. And does at least delay the command center across the map. Reapers poking back in. So does rotate once again. We just see Rogue maxing out more links here. Link speed is almost done, and soon Rogue can finally chase down and clean up these Reapers. It'll happen here in 10 seconds as Link Speed is just now finally finishing up. GuMiho, his reign of terror here is about to come to an end. Back at home, he's getting his third base up and running, massing up more Marines. Link's eager for a counterattack. Oh, and are there enough Marines to hold on? Link's get a decent setup here. They surround a handful of those Marines. Reinforcements have arrived. Nice stutter stepping, and GuMiho he holds. Does hold on. I assumed the Lings were going to be surrounding the Reapers, but no, they went for a counterattack instead, and that was not quite worth it. But more Lings have arrived. They do deny the third, but they cannot push into the main. Not like this. Reapers, they do get across the map. Going for another counterattack, trying to force Rogue back home. Reapers get spotted. Rogue, he does turn around. And how many workers can GuMiho get? The boys are being pulled. Drones are going down. Rogue, he's out of position. It's going to be 4 drone kills. The Evo chambers, though, the Reapers, they get locked in. They are locked in. 5 drone kills, not bad. Considering that Reapers, they don't really scale too well into a longer game state. And they were going to go down regardless. Not bad. Not a bad trade here from GuMiho whatsoever. Now, again, expanding here on the low ground is still just a very bold move out of GuMiho, and it's not too easy to defend. It's a lot more wide open compared to the linear, compared to the triangular third base. So it is a lot more exposed. Hold on, I'm going to be logging in. I will say the connectivity was fine for the first series, but here, at least in game 1, it's struggling. Excuse me, here he does gain map presence. He's got combat shields, he has stim. Once again, Rogue threatening a counterattack. And GuMiho, he doesn't flinch. Bearing in mind there are no Banelings. No Banelings to defend. Denies the expansion. Rogue trying to catch reinforcements. GuMiho pushing into the natural. Oh god, and the position here is brutal. The Lings, they do nothing. The boys being pulled as well. And GuMiho, can he just go for the kill? As Lings, they try to engage. Eventually, they will clean this up. But the efficiency is insane. GuMiho shuts down most of the Lings. Does pull away. 75 Lings for 21 Marines. Oh my god. Crazy. And GuMiho, he can just keep trading and just keep going. And he can just snowball out of control from here. Ay, ay, ay. This tank shot's going to be going up. Again, Rogi's pinned against the wall. Bailey's speed still not quite done. Tries to come in from behind, but nice spread, and GG gets called. GuMiho, he does snowball out of control. He does take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. With that, does take a lead. As we will be joining for the next game. So we got you, we got you. We do have you just setting things up. Yeah. So we are going to be joining for the remainder of this series. We might just join and go in game for the rest of the night's broadcast. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see how stable or unstable things are as we're getting into game 2. And that means we can have our intros. Let's go. It's going to be beautiful. As we are loading into game number 2. I'm just setting up the in-game name. There we go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner. Oh! There we go. In the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran. It is GuMiho. And again, GuMiho is leading the series 1-0. Last game, it was just a really awkward kind of game state. As a reminder, Rogue, he did open gasless on Abyssal Reef, and GuMiho, he punished him very well. GuMiho did blindly open up 2x Reaper, was able to wreak havoc, and follow up, of course, with very strong stim timing. And Rogue was just stuck on purely Lings, no Banelings whatsoever, just pure Ling. He was non-stop going for counterattacks. As a result, he was out of position, and GuMiho was just able to catch him with his pants down. And with that, GuMiho takes a lead. And now we're settling into game number 2. Here we go. Now, it's going to be Hatch Gas Pool. Standard setup here by Rogue. This time he's not delaying his gases, but as we did mention, the reason why Rogue did open gases last game is very much so map dependent. We spoke about it, but on maps like Abyssal Reef and Neon Violet Square and King's Cove, you can cut corners. On a map like Amygdala, less so. So standard opener means standard link speed timing. Likewise, GuMiho opens up with a Rax on the... Oh my god. Opens up with a Rax on the high ground, and GuMiho, he skips the Reaper, he skips the Marine, he goes Reactor first into CC. Crazy. Okay. Now, if Rogue had gone for an earlier pool timing and earlier aggression, then GuMiho would be in trouble just because GuMiho has nothing. More importantly, no SCV Scout. No SCV Scout, no Reaper Scout either. GuMiho is completely in the dark as to what's going on, and it is not unheard of for Rogue to open up with a Roach Rush or something more aggressive, so this is a risk for GuMiho, but it's a risk that he's getting away with. So again, 0 scouting out of GuMiho, and there's no punish. He's not going to be punished for it. Can settle in, going Reactor Marine production, back at home, just going to be building up and securing himself. So I do favor GuMiho in the early game here. The Marines are revealed. Rogue is aware. It's going to be on Rogue to catch back up. Now again, because of the early Reactor, it means early Marine production. It does mean that if GuMiho were to go for something like a 2-1-1, or in general, he will have a little bit more opportunity early on to be more active and more aggressive with a heavier bio army. We'll see what that leads into. Oh, speaking of aggression, yep, there it is, 1-1-1. That is a delayed 3rd CC, Starport before 3rd CC, so hyper aggression here out of GuMiho. Earlier Hellion production into earlier Banshee production as well. As here comes the tech left for the add-on swap, and GuMiho moves out. He moves out early on. Now this can lead into, again, like a Hellbat related push, like something more committed with an armory, with Hellbats, with the Banshee as well. Ling does slip in. Rogue, he knows. He just saw the timing of the starport. He's aware. But again, knowing is half the battle. Marines, they have arrived. And there are enough Lings to shut this down. Nice stutter stepping. GuMiho trading as efficiently as possible. Hellions, they arrive to support just in time, but the Marines, they do get cleaned up. The Hellions, they were just a couple of seconds too late. This was a little bit mistimed here by GuMiho. Again, if the Hellions had arrived 5 seconds sooner, then suddenly we have more Marines and we can just keep pushing. GuMiho does start his 3rd CC here on the low ground. Hellions, they poke in. And Rogue is trying to keep up. He's trying. Lings, they get on top of the 3rd CC. Hellions out of position. And Rogue, can he force a cancel? Oh, it's going to be close. I think he can. Couple more seconds, and then we go to the cancellation on the 3rd. Massive pickup. GuMiho, he's going to be stuck on 2 bases that much longer. is contained. There we go, third CC on the high ground. And GuMiho, he has to get some damage done here. Going for the Raven. That I was not expecting. Okay. Is going to be a Raven follow-up, not another Banshee. Meanwhile, Rogue throwing down his own Roach Warren. Getting into Roach production in the mid-game. Very safe way to play. His third base getting up and running. And from the side of GuMiho, it's mech. No surprises here. I mean, GuMiho is one to embrace mech more often. I mean, I say more often than not, more often than other players out there, I should say. So 2 more factories, going to be a triple factory setup. He's going to mech it up. So GuMiho is being active. Throwing up all those Zoomers. Just containing his opponents, or at least attempting to. Rogue, he does spot additional Hellion production, does spot the lack of bio. Rogue, he hasn't confirmed it's mech, but, I mean, he's seen enough. Yeah, he sees 2 more Hellions. Has to be mech at this point. Macfield Accelerator's on the way. Welcome to a more old school battle mech composition. I mean, now with the old Cyclone. We're back. It's happening. And I'm hoping that we don't see a repeat of a couple of weeks ago. For those that are curious, we casted a Rogue versus Honmono on Neon Violet Square, and Honmono, he went pure Cyclone. He was maxed out on, it was crazy. It was like maxed out on Cyclone, just nothing but Cyclone, and he just completely tore Rogue apart. Can Honmono do the same? Auto starts being thrown down. Queen's getting caught out. Ooh, brutal pickups. 2 queens do full. Hellbat's morph in as well. He wants the queens. He wants them. He's gonna get them. Another queen falls and another. That's gonna be 4. That's gonna be 5 dead queens. He waddles into the mineral line. Oof, brutal shots going up. Chasing down those workers. And drones are getting roasted. At the same time, Ling Ramai across the map does get into the mineral lines. Not bad. SCVs are going down. Not much of them to defend. Yeah, there is going to be a give and take here. And Rogue is going for a counterattack. And back at home, what is the main army looking like? Barely anything. I mean, GuMiho, he threw away like, what, 10 Hellions? And now the Cyclones are exposed. The Cyclones are vulnerable. Rogue, he commits. Is pushing in. Nidus run behind this. He wants the Cyclones. Just because he wants Cyclones doesn't mean he's going to get them, though. That's... The Cyclones, they can kite for days. Roaches, they get into the middle line. GuMiho holds 4 Cyclones. That's all he needs. Shuts down every single Roach. Jesus, how much was that? That was... that was 14 Roaches? That's crazy. Oh my god. That was a big loss here for Rogue. Yeah, that was 14 Roaches. Jesus. So her 14 Roaches go down. GuMiho, he defends well. Rogue going for the Nidus. He is committed. To have Swarmhost coming out. Swarmhost have potential. GuMiho, he's still being active though. He still just moves out. Catching out the Roaches. Locust Wave into the natural. Roaches are caught out. And they will bring down the CC. Oh, big mistake here from GuMiho. Did not lift. Didn't lift the base. Natural goes down. GuMiho is that much more committed. He's going to be committed here. Does find the Ice Worms. We'll bring them down. But he's down to 2 bases. Again, he barely has an economy. Does have the better main army. But again, ideally with these Swarm Hosts, we avoid the main fight. Rogue, he's hoping there's a gold. There is none. Locust Wave towards the 3rd. Can they make it here in time? They will. We'll make it to the third base. Roach is getting caught out. This time, GuMiho does lift. 7 SCV kills. But GuMiho knocks down an expansion. Rogue on 4 bases. Rogue building up more roaches. GuMiho here wants those swarm hosts. Won't quite get them. But we'll find the Nidus Worm. Does find the Nidus. Now Rogue is maxed out. Now Rogue, he does have an inefficient army, but GuMiho, upon losing these bases, I mean, he's in a rough position. He's behind. Storm is coming in once again. Roach Ravager kiting here, or trying to get on top of the Cyclones. Nice kiting out of GuMiho. Does react well. Takes down the Roaches, getting on top of the Ravagers. Yeah, collapsing on the army. And GuMiho, he will clean this up. Once again, a very efficient fight here out of the Terran. Takes down the Roach Ravager army. Rogue, he was maxed. He was literally maxed out. And he plummets in supply. GuMiho once again denies the 5th. Under the Ravagers. Ravagers are getting caught out. Massive pickups. Locons are brutal. They come in for a dive. Oof. But the Lings, they get roasted. Again, GuMiho, he does trade well. Picking up the Roaches, the Queens, the everything. And Rogue doesn't really have an army. GG gets called. There's nothing left at home to defend. And GuMiho, he takes the series at 2-0. GG. GG, well played. GuMiho will claim the series. Will advance on into the next round. Again, Rogue, he was achieving quite a lot with those swarm hosts. It was impressive to see him take down a base, get some SCV kills. It was some good damage, but as we saw, the Cyclones, they were so cost efficient, taking down wave after wave of roaches. Even though Rogue was maxing out, even though he was up 30, 40, 50 army supply, again, like, it's just so difficult to lock down or get on top of that army, especially without Ling reinforcements. Typically, you do want Lings to lock down the army itself to get a surround, and then the Roach Ravager can engage, or Infestors and Fungal Growths, one or the other, and there was really neither. We saw some Lings at some point, but for the most part, it was mainly Roach Ravager fighting and engaging with Cyclones, and we saw how difficult it was for Rogue to actually pick off anything with that kind of army. GG. GG, well played. With that, GuMiho will claim the series, and that is going to lead us into the next matchup. Here we go. So it is going to be Reynor versus GuMiho in a ZVT. Let us go. Is going to be our next series. After that, afterwards, of course, we're going to have the losers match, which is going to be Rogue versus Oliveira. As we are going to be going on a short break. The players, of course, need some time to get their videos going, and the production team need time. They need time to get their the cameras underway. So we'll see you guys soon in a couple of minutes with our next series with Reynor versus GuMiho. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OSC as we returned with our winners match, the third match of the night. We just, of course, covered GuMiho taking down Rogue. Before that, we had Reynor taking down Oliveira, and now we have our winners match. We have our decider match to determine which of these two players makes it into the playoffs. Let's go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of King's Cove, we have the Italian Zerg player, the blue Zerg for Basilisk. It is Reynor. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the red Terran. It is GuMiho. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck in the chat, as predictions are open for the next minute or so. Best of luck as we do settle in to King's Cove, one of the larger maps in the map pool. Now, what I will say, there is a big difference between King's Cove, Abyssal Reef, and Neon Violet Square, and that is that here on King's Cove, your 3-base setup is very defendable, but the 4th base is more exposed. Whether it's this center 4th base or the linear 4th base instead, it is a lot more vulnerable compared to the 4th base on Abyssal or on Neon Violet Square. So despite the fact that these 3 maps are large, this one is the one where you can abuse the 4th base a little more easier than on the others. Oh boy, so I'm sure that's going to be a factor here coming into this matchup. For now, standard opener, hatch gas pool out of Reynor. Oh, my apologies here. That is going to be a gasless opener. So my apologies, this is going to be a gasless opener here by Reynor. Is going for his 3rd base before any gases. If you remember, we spoke about this opener on Abyssal Reef in the series between Rogue and GuMiho. Rogue versus GuMiho game 1, we spoke about how on these large maps like Abyssal, Neon Violet Square, and King's Cove, it is more viable to open gasless. And that's what we're seeing here. We saw it on Abyssal from Rogue, and we're seeing it here on King's Cove from Reynor. Again, it is very much so map dependent. The reason for this, I didn't really get into it in the last game. I just alluded to how large the map is, which is a factor that is true, but more importantly, it's not just how large it is, it's also how defendable it is on 3 bases. What I'm referring to here is a very narrow ramp coming in towards the natural. It takes 2 queens. It takes 2 queens or some well-placed buildings to fully wall this off, and this means that Hellion Reaper can't really punish and can't really apply pressure here to this natural base early on. I'm referring to once we build up a queen count, once Hellions come into the mix. So because of that, because this location is so easily fortifiable, that means that you can focus your main defense and your main queen movement here at the 3rd base. It means that you can get away with skipping link speed and skipping link production. So you're cutting corners and you're defending with purely queens and slow links, and again, you can pull that off here on King's Cove, and again, on some of the other maps in the map pool as well. There are maps where it is not really viable to do this on. Maps like Whispers of Gold, for example. or amygdala, I would say. As the Reaper does dip in. And Reynor so far is keeping up. Of course, GuMiho, he does get eyes on the third base timing, so he's fully aware that this is a gasless opener. He knows. And back at home, 1-1-1. Ooh, aggression out of GuMiho. GuMiho diving into the 1-1-1. I do like this. So typically, this is how Clem responds as well. As we do have the attempted wall-off here at the ramp. Roachhorn has been placed. Again, all it takes is one queen at this point to wall this up. With the... Well, I say that. Just full wall-off. Evo Chambers on the way, and Reynor, he fully walls this up. So again, now only one way into the bases. This is the one entry point here the Reynor has to focus on. You know, GuMiho does get into the middle line. We'll take down the Spore. That's a kill. Nicely done. Kill, not a cancel on the Spore. GuMiho, he dips out. Now again, because this Certity is so delayed for GuMiho, he's going to be fixating and prioritizing Hellion and Banshee aggression early on. I was about to say how Clem is so good at this. Clem is so good at identifying greed and punishing greed. We've seen Clem take down Serral time and time again whenever Serral does cut corners like this with Hellion dives and Hellion aggression. We'll see if GuMiho can do the same. See if GuMiho can pull this off. Oh, shout out Keybrits in the chat. Ah, gracias, papi, gracias. Much love, much love. This Reynor, he is attempting to fortify himself. Again, opening up Roach. Banshee does hit the natural. Spore's not ready, and drones are going down. It's going to be 4 drone kills. Reynor, he never got into the main. He didn't see that it was an earlier starport. Earlier Banshee out of GuMiho. 4 drones so far. We're not quite getting the 5th. Almost. So Reynor is holding. So far, Reynor is holding on. GuMiho is denied. But he does at least keep the Banshees alive. He does keep them alive. Behind this, GuMiho getting into his own 5-rack setup.
Game paused.
As it looks like we do have a little bit of latency, I'm assuming, going on. Hopefully everything's okay. Oh, bit of a bug, actually. Oh, there. These the queens, they're stuck in between the gases. Oh, no. That's a little bit unfortunate. Reynor's referring to these 2 queens. These 2 queens. I think technically you might be able to shift them if you throw down some creep tumors. I think you can throw down some tumors and force them to move, maybe.
Game resumed.
Oh, okay, we're good. Jesus. Ah, no. Okay, the queens, they do break out. It's fine. It's all good. From here we can settle in. Queen's keeping up with the Banshees. Speaking of, 3 drone kills already. Not bad out of GuMiho. Yes, remember to lube up your queens. Oh no. Marinate them. As GuMiho, he does dip out. Getting a couple of transferring workers. 1 Banshee does not go down. Whew. Barely pulls away in time. GuMiho gets out with 6 drone kills. Not bad. Gets 6 kills. Does survive with the Banshees. And now he's getting ready for his follow-up push. There's going to be a timing with Stim. Combat Shields 1-1. Soon to finish. GuMiho is moving out. And Reynor is still attempting to re-establish his 4th. To get up and running. Saturate. Building up his roaches. We have +1 range and infestation bit on the way. I would imagine this is going to be for Hive Tech. For Hydra Lurker Tech as well. So Reynor rushing towards Lurkers. At least it seems to be the case. Meanwhile, GuMiho, he does outposition Reynor. He's not here. Queen's going down. Drones as well. Roaches have to go the long way around the wall working against Reynor. Ay. He walls himself off with that 5 drones and the queen. Very nicely done. If only we had depots. But again, this SimCity has just made it awkward different. Reynor once again trying to rotate around. Evo Chamber under fire. GuMiho is helping him. Takes, oh god, the transfuse. Evo Chamber barely saved. And Reynor's gonna knock down the rocks. Go now, knock down those rocks. Allow himself to rotate. Thankfully, does save the Evo Chamber. GuMiho reinforcing. And it looks like the rocks are going to be knocked down just in time. Just in time for the push. We spoke about Lurker Tech. There it is. Lurker Den's on the way. Again, the big sign there was the fact that we were focusing and fixating on the range upgrades. And of course, lack of Bailey Nest. Banshees, they do come in from behind. Main army's pushing in. Files do connect. They take down the tank. Bungles as well. And GuMiho is running out of fire, running out of support. Tank's forced to pick up, and Reynor holds. He does hold on. That was a clutch fight. But last Reynor, he had infestors in time. And with that, GuMiho, he has to back off. Down in supply, just now getting his 4th base. And we spoke about the 4th previously, how exposed his 4th base is. And can GuMiho hold on to it? As Reynor has gained map control. Is soon to max out, bearing in mind that Reynor has inflated army supply. It's mainly Roach Ravager, but the lurker count is slowly building up. 3 lurkers for the time being. GuMiho likewise attempting to secure himself. Now, here in this matchup, ideally you would want to see depots, turrets, CCs. Because of how exposed and because of how open this central location is, you do need your own SimCity here to make up for that. For the time being, GuMiho is lacking that SimCity. And hopefully he starts working on it soon. There we go. Speaking of, a 2nd command center on the way. 3rd command center, let's go. Just throwing down a wall of CCs. I mean, that works. A wall of turrets as well. And again, GuMiho is attempting to turtle up. Again, it takes more setup here than it does on other maps. Does require a bigger investment. So far, so good. Reynor is maxed. Unfortunately, even though Reynor's maxed out, the soup does lie. He has an inefficient army. He has to get rid of these roaches. On the miles! Ooh. Miles, they connect. Minimax, they barely escape. But ideally, Reynor wants to trade. He wants to trade out these roaches slowly over time. Doesn't want to throw them away, but does want to get rid of them. Free up supply for Lings. More Hydras, more Lurkers. Reynor, he will find a free tank. Meanwhile, GuMiho taking to the skies. That is a fusion core on the way. It's going to be the fusion core. That'll be for Liberator range, for mass lib. He's getting there. Interesting that GuMiho did invest into Vikings early on already as well. I mean, Vikings, they do help against Vipers, assuming that Reynor makes any Vipers. Speaking of, they can also shut down the Overseers as well. As Reynor commits in. Double Spire on the way. We're gonna be here for a while. Let's go. As GuMiho, he takes a 5th base, now getting a 6th as well, throwing down more CCs. And I assumed it was going to be for Liberator range, but no, my apologies. Yamato is on the way. GuMiho is getting ready for battle cruisers, not for Liberators. Okay. Well, let's go. Command Center gets denied. Gets 7 SCVs. Reynor still stuck with the subpar army, but he's building up towards Corruptors and Broodlords with that double spire. They poke in. Ooh. They get 12 SCVs. And again, as we're bleeding out roaches, Reynor here replaces them with lings. 38 lings now on the way. Much more efficient setup. Double Ghost Academy on the way. Let's go. Getting into nukes. Making 3 BCs at a time. The battle cruisers are amassing. How many lurkers does Reynor actually have? Only 4. Only 4 lurkers. Reynor just still focusing on upgrades. Getting a +2. 1/1 air upgrades as well. Roach say do rotate over towards the south. Main army pushing in. GuMiho out of position. Yeah, tanks are falling. He gets 1, he gets 2. 3 tanks going down. The bio army completely out of position here. And Reynor trades well. Takes down 3 tanks. Oh. That is 126 lings on the way. that's a lot of lings. This Reynor has remaxed. Now, the scariest thing at the moment here is that Reynor has very limited anti-air. And this entire time, we have 3 more starports on the way, and GuMiho is massing on more battlecruisers. And Reynor is not fully aware of this. Has his 3 BCs currently. Soon to be 4. Sorry, soon to be 5. As GuMiho, he does miss the expansion. Going for the northern base instead. Reynor collapsing on the CC. And there are enough banelings. They take down the bio, they take down the planetary. Planetary goes down. BCs, they do kill a base, but there was barely any mining going on. Going for another. Queens are in position. Flush transfuse. Up. 1 BC goes down. Massive pickup. And for the Yamatos, lurkers are ready. The drop shouldn't really get too much done. And Reynor holds. Reynor, he does hold. More battlecruisers have arrived, but Corruptor reinforcements are here. This is decent damage here by GuMiho, but he needs more time to rebuild. As he's mulling his heart out. Reynor has a bank, GuMiho does not. And all Reynor has to do is just keep trading. Just keep trading here with GuMiho. Bit of a gamble nuke, hoping to catch like any production. Gets like 2 lings. It's fine. GuMiho building up more nukes. More BCs on the way as well. GuMiho is remaxed. Does have somewhat of a mech army. I am concerned of the lack of ghosts though. Only 1. So limited snipes, limited EMPs. going to be collapsing in the army. Does land the fungal. Fungal goes off. Gets a tank. Takes down the CC. Does... Or do we have a neural? We do. And neural is researched. He's ready for the battle cruisers. Ready to neural every single BC, if need be. 12 more corruptors in production. This is where GuMiho ideally would have a ghost transition or ghost support. As Reynor, he's just hyperfixated on the anti-air. I mean, for good reason. As the corruptor count is building up. Base is exposed. DC's there, bring it down. He commits. Once again, going for the tanks. He gets one, he gets two, he gets three. Three tanks go down. Command center as well. He's trying to hold on. Does spread this location, taking another base here on the left hand side, getting up and running. And the win condition for GuMiho is just to wait for Reynor to push into him and take a better fight and then counterattack. And we spoke earlier, I was really concerned about the lack of ghosts with GuMiho's main army, but speaking of, I mean the ghost count from 1 up to 9. 9 ghosts here for GuMiho. Going for another nuke. Oh, he sees. Oh. Oh my god. Very close. Ghost does fall. Reynor is going to be committing in. Takes down a ghost. Last force lifts you out of the Vikings. Smiles, they do connect, but GuMiho does pull back in time. Does pull back, trading with the ghosts. Should say picking up some key units with the ghosts. Nice snipes. GuMiho does hold. At the same time, BCs, they go for another run by. The Infestors though in position. Do we go for the Yamato? Up! Oh my god, Yamato's they pop off. And they shut down every single Infestor. Massive pickoffs. Oh no! A bit of a rough teleport there. As Reynor commits in. A couple of BCs get left behind. That was what, 3 battlecruisers going down, but they took down every single Infestor. Is pushing in, catching up more tanks. They are exposed. Early reinforcements are becoming too much. Tank count almost resets. The BC count is getting quite high. But where's the support? Where are the ghosts? Not enough. Oh, nice snipes though. Snipes a zone away. What was once a terrifying BC army down to 3. 3 battlecruisers left. And again, GuMiho just can't afford these trades. Cannot afford these losses. Oh. That's Reynor, he's diving in. I mean, he's got a massive bank to work with. He can just commit and throw away his army. Can do so. If he so chooses. Elling Vein will run in. Crashes into the bio. Throwing away some Hydras. Reynor can afford it. If given time, GuMiho can recover. Getting another base. He's taking bottom left. Reynor committing in once again. Pulling away this time. Does have to pull away. Reynor, he commits. The army's out of position. I mean, again, GuMiho, he's just having a hard time maxing out. Is caught out. The base will fall. 21 SCV kills. And again, this is all that Reynor has to do. Just make sure he takes down the fringe bases. Make sure that GuMiho does not build up a bank. Medevac can't get reset. And he's just being chased down. And GuMiho is broke. He's running out of minerals. He wants the CC. Reynor, should barely get it. There's the final lunge. Command center goes down. GuMiho is down to 5 aces, or down to what, a 1 base economy at this point. Barely any mining. Barely any saturation. GuMiho trying to commit in. The Reynor collapses in from behind, gets on top of the army. It's just the one tank. And Bailey's they crash on in. The nuke did pop off, but didn't really get much done. As GuMiho does go for a desperation counterattack, the final BC goes down. Oh my god, the Lunkers are here. Finally, they come into play. They shut down the drop. Lings, they deny the center expansion, and GuMiho is all in. At this point, he's completely all in. There's no mining, there's no economy. The bases, they're barren. And Reynor just collapses in. GG gets called, and Reynor, he will take game number 1. GG. Reynor, he does take a lead in the series. And again, did come down to GuMiho just trying to establish himself, trying to go into that BC transition, which had potential, don't get me wrong, but alas, wasn't really getting any value. He was taking down bases, yes, but no drones. The workout was very safe and sound for Reynor. For the most part, his economy was almost untouched. And with that, GG. Reynor, he was able to max out, build up an insane bank. He was able to afford these trades, afford these losses, and GuMiho could not. Towards the end, GuMiho, he did have all these bases up and running, but no bases. So, sorry, no economy, no workers, I should say, no saturation. And with that, GuMiho just ran out of steam towards the end, and now we're getting into game number 2. I'm curious what map we're going to be loading into as well. I'm unfamiliar with the veto process. I'm not too certain what the map order is going to be. But I'm ready. I'm excited. Let's go. As Reynor is 1 game away from advancing on into the next round, into the playoffs. 1 more win is all that Reynor needs. GuMiho has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. And we're going to be loading into a much smaller map. We're going to be loading into ley lines. Let's go. So we should be seeing a very different dynamic. As a reminder, coming into King's Cove, because of how defendable the how large the map is and how defendable it is, getting up to your 3 bases. What I will say, your 4th and 5th, a lot more exposed, but hey, GuMiho did a great job of just walling up and walling off and securing his 5-phase setup. Here on ley lines, it's going to be a little bit different. The rush distance by ground is shorter, so aggression is favored on ley lines, more so than on some of these other larger maps. So we could see either player be more active and be more aggressive. Let's go. I don't expect Reynor to go gasless this time. As a reminder, did open gasless in the last game. On King's Cove. But now we're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the top right hand corner of Ley Lines, we have the Italian Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Basilisk, leading the series 1-0. It is Reynor. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the red Terran, down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is GuMiho. Can you try to commentate like it's a golf match with the suppressed voice so as to not disturb the concentration of the players? Ah. No. Ay, este Cyber John. Shaking my head. As GuMiho is going to be opening up 2 Rax Reaper. Okay, let's go. We saw this against Rogue. We're seeing this here against Reynor. So second Rax should soon be thrown down. With this, the goal is to delay the third. Delay the third base is to contain the Zerg player on 2 bases for as long as possible and to maintain map control and to lead into a 2-on-1 follow-up. I mean, there are variations here where you throw down a third Rax in the main and you go mass 3 Rax Reaper. There is a variation where you throw down a third and fourth Rax into a 4 Rax follow-up with, of course, Stim. So we'll see where GuMiho takes us. As interesting, Reynor, he goes for a gas pool before hatchery. Okay. You have my attention. Este Reynor. So there's a couple things going on here. One, fast gas. Really early gas timing here at a Reynor. What does this mean? This means fast link speed. This potentially means Bane Bust as well. And this is going to be ideal. We have seen time and time again, especially over the past couple of years, especially when this was the meta to go 2 Rax Reaper, is that you can punish this with early link speed and with early banelings as well. So link speed is already on the way. Reynor, he keeps 2 workers in gas. This feels like further tech. This feels like either a baneling nest or a roach warren. I'm leaning towards a nest. Reapers are moving out, and the goal here for Reynor is to catch out the Reapers with his link speed timing. As a reminder, Reynor, he delayed the expansion in favor of this earlier gas and earlier tech. He pulls back in. Does pull back in. Show us what you got. Reaper will get into the mineral line. Does get eyes on the gas saturation. Big scout there for GuMiho. Okay, now Reynor pulls out. Okay, pulls out of gas. And with that, looks like Reynor, he's not going to invest. Oh, no, pulls back in. Never mind. Pulls back into gas. Is going to be committed. Lings are amassing, and I'm waiting for that baneling nest. Where is it? We have the money for it. Reynor is amassing up. There it is. Baneling nest is on the way, and it's going to be a Bane Bust. Again, as you mentioned early on, because of the early gas timing, I mean, it screamed Bane Bust. GuMiho back at home, being greedy. Third CC's on the way. Third Rax as well. Oh, that is brutal. What does this mean? This means no Hellions. There will not be any Hellions to defend. And Hellions, they can wreak havoc against Ling Bane. Against these kind of Bane busts, they do so well when it comes to their splash damage, but that is not going to be a factor. GuMiho is in trouble. He is in trouble. There's no factory. There's no bunker. It's only purely Reaper Marine to defend. Without bunkers. And GuMiho, he hasn't seen this. I mean, he should have seen the gas mining, and he should have noticed the later expansion. But alas, didn't quite piece it all together. And here comes the bust. One way or another, the game is about to end. Either Reynor breaks GuMiho, or he breaks GuMiho. It's a like, I don't know. I don't see a world where GuMiho can survive this. We'll see if he can. I'll be very impressed. As GuMiho did not see this coming. He is not ready. The pants, they're down. The banelings get spotted. Now he knows. Now he knows. You can see GuMiho, he just abandons the natural. The wall is broken. Nice target firing here on 2 of those banelings. Again, on the third baneling as well. Oh, on the fourth baneling. The target firing. Impressive. But the wall is broken. The wall is still broken. Lings, they flood in. They flood into the main. They collapse on the Marines. More Lings on the way. But boys are being pulled, and GuMiho, he's barely holding on. Again, just a very good response here, very good reaction by GuMiho as soon as he saw the banelings. And GuMiho, he holds. GG gets called. Very impressive. GuMiho, he survives. And we're going to the ace match. Whew, GG. Reynor, unfortunately, he did rally his Banelings within range or within vision of the Raxes. If you remember, Reynor, he rallied his army in and he delayed his push, which means that GuMiho, he had some precious seconds to respond and to react. It was like, I want to say 10 seconds. It was like 10 seconds or maybe even less than that, maybe like 8 seconds or something. But that was enough time, as that did give GuMiho enough time to, of course, pull away, to evacuate the low ground, to wall up in the main, and of course to target fire all those Banelings. Very impressive. With that, we're going to game 3. With that, we're going all the way to the ace match. And this could go either way. This could go either way here. And our players are asking for a moment. Understandable. Is understandable. Players are asking for a moment to breathe. For a moment to calm down. And we are more than happy to give them that. Oh, yo, do we have cams going on? Yeah, we're good. GuMiho is in his cabin once again. He's in his cabin. Beautiful. Okay, so we have the ace match. Game 3 is going to be on Whispers of Gold. A very small map. A very small map. Short rush distance by ground. This map is known for aggression. I do actually favor GuMiho on this map, but we'll see. We'll see what Reynor has in store for us on a map as small as Whispers of Gold. We shall see. I wouldn't be surprised if GuMiho once again opens 2-Rax Reaper. Does Reynor open early gas? Does he open gas first again? That is the question. We go. As we here to determine the first player to make it into the playoffs. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the Italian Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Basilisk. Being forced into the ace match, it is Reynor. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, tying up the series 1-1 and forcing the ace match. It is GuMiho. Here we go. As GuMiho sets up on the high ground. Okay, we have the depot on the high ground. That means a standard opener out of GuMiho, not 2-Rax Reaper. From the side of Reynor, likewise, hatch first. No early gas. So we had some more aggressive and chaotic openers last game. This time, hatch gas pool, standard opener out of Reynor. Likewise, Rax expand out of GuMiho. Now, GuMiho, he has shown us that he's willing to cut corners and skip SCV scouts and skip Reaper scouts and go reactor first. I don't see that happening here on Whispers of Gold. That would be very risky to skip the Reaper scout. But, I mean, GuMiho, he's not necessarily the most standard of players, so we'll keep an eye on him. Keep an eye on GuMiho. As he could be crazy. Could be wild. But now there it is going to be the Reaper first into the expansion on the low ground. Likewise, hatch gas pool out of Reynor. Joining up. Just going to be joining from here. And settling into a much more standard opener. Now this can still lead into aggression. This can lead into GuMiho going for a 1-1-1, a delayed third TC. GuMiho has already shown us that in today's broadcast, so we could see that again. Likewise, Reynor, he could open up with an earlier Roach Warren and earlier gases. We'll see. As Reaper pokes in. Just poking towards the natural. Oh, threatening the drones. And we'll barely knock out one of them. Quick spore trick here out of Reynor. Saves the worker, masses up more lings, and GuMiho back. He is zoned away. Meanwhile, we have our pull-off tech of choice, as GuMiho is going for a third CC before starport. So economic opener here out of GuMiho is going to be more economic. Which means we should be able to settle in. And it's going to be on Reynor here to, I mean, we'll see if he does deviate. Trying the third, expanding towards his opponent. As a result, this is a more exposed location, a more exposed base. GuMiho is aware. Behind this, GuMiho building up his Hellions, going into Banshee production, assuming we go for an add-on swap. Speaking of, there it is. So Banshees are on the way. Overlord gets spotted. The first Banshee is in production. Here we go. Meanwhile, we spoke about early roaches previously, and there it is. A roach horn is on the way for Reynor. It makes sense, especially on a smaller map like Whistles of Gold. Roach openers are just very safe. They're very safe. They keep you safe against early move-outs. So GuMiho should not be able to break Reynor anytime soon. Should not break him. Pokes in. Zone back. Lair is on the way. Again, 4-minute 30 lair timing, so standard lair timing here by Reynor. Into Roach Speed, into Evo Chambers, into 1-1 upgrades. Now, similarly to King's Cove, we should reiterate here on Whispers of Gold, opening a Roach doesn't mean a Roach all-in, or doesn't mean purely Roaches. This can just be a stepping stone into Lingbane Roach Ravager, or into Hydra Roach. Into Roach Hydra, into Lurker. So there are a couple different tech pods here available to Reynor. We'll see what he goes for. As the Banshee does poke in. Ooh, once again, okay, one Banshee into a Raven. Not something you see too often, but I guess this is the second time we've seen this out of GuMiho today. Banshee into Raven. I mean, last time we saw this led into Mech, but this time we have extra Raxes into Bioplay from GuMiho. Getting into bio. GuMiho rotating over towards right hand side. Reynor, he is cutting worker production. Uh-oh. We spoke earlier that this doesn't have to be for a Roach all-in, but it is. So Reynor, he cuts workers at sub 3 base saturation, 58 workers, and with no more. No more drones from there. We have drop alerts on the way. That should be for the queens. And Reynor, he's going all in completely. No Evo chamber, no upgrades, no nothing. No longevity here for Reynor. The fourth base is just for larva. He's just amassing up lings, queens, and roaches. Back at home, GuMiho doesn't know. He doesn't know what's going on. He is not aware. Just now running into the main army. Just now does spot the roaches. As Reynor is committing. GuMiho, he has Hellions to defend. They're not going to do too much. Lings, they bust into the middle line. And they head towards the natural so far. GuMiho, he is holding on. The boys are being pulled. Queens, they drop in. And the middle line, it's going to go down. Every single SCV is going to fall. Lings, they bust into the main. A bit of an overextension. Jeez, that's 19 SCV kills. Tank goes down. And Reynor, he is doing it. He's pushing in. He's pushing through. Denies the third. Trying to break into the natural. Tanks on the high ground. GuMiho, he's holding. He is holding onto his natural. Reynor behind this, now droning up. Evo Chambers on the way. Reynor, double Evo Chamber on the way. Reynor, he's trying to take up and trying to transition. Trying to get out of Roach Ravager. I mean, he did a lot of damage, and he finds himself ahead. That was enough to give Reynor a very nice lead. You know, GuMiho working on 2-2. Does have the better upgrades. Doesn't really have the army in his favor. Not trading well against the roaches. GuMiho does bully those roaches. Forcing them back. Reynor attempts to run by. GuMiho's in position. So far, so good. GuMiho, he's holding on. GuMiho is just trying to recover. Re-establishing his third base. Muling the hell out of it as well. Trying to bounce back in. He needs better fights. He needs better fights, better trades. Ideally catching out more of these roaches, more of this roach force. GuMiho is being active. Shouldn't really lose anything here. Pulls away. Pull away in time. Hive is now on the way for Reynor. That should be for the lurker upgrades and for Viper tech. Before the Hive is done, GuMiho is moving out. It's gonna be pushing. So far, trading well. There are 0 lurkers here for Reynor. It's just purely Lingbane Roach Ravager. Bailing speed is not done. And this move up from GuMiho, he's pretty all in. Like, GuMiho is pretty committed here on 3 bases. This needs to get damage done. How about, would you see a Ling drop into the main? Likewise, Ling Roach counterattack at the 3rd, forcing GuMiho back home. Does force him back. Once again, going for another counterattack. Bailey's rolling in. Massive connect. Oh my god. Massive connections. This is just becoming too much. GuMiho, he lost his tank. Up. Does reinforce though. 2 more tanks have arrived. Can he still pull this off? Another tank goes down. Forcing back Reynor. 14 Bailey's just now finishing up just in time with this push. There it is, another pickup. So far, Reynor, he is keeping up. Drop into the main, does unload, going for the spawning pool. I don't quite get it. The bases do survive, the mineral lines as well. Reynor, he is going to be the first to max out. Still stuck with too much Roach Ravagers, what I will say, but I mean, despite that, Reynor still has a terrifying army. Will soon move out. GuMiho ideally wants to fight on his terms. It's easier said than done. As Reynor keeps going for attempted run-bys. Hoping to cause frustrations out of GuMiho. To make him make mistakes. Drop is dealt with. GuMiho pushing in. Reynor, he has time to respond. Reynor does come in from behind. As Reynor, he does defend back at home. Shuts down both libs. GuMiho has maxed out. That's a lot of Marauders. That is 23 Marauders here for GuMiho. Again, a very nice spread, very nice split. GuMiho pushing in. And again, all or nothing for GuMiho. Nice mind shot. Mind shot goes off on the Bailings. Free spread here by GuMiho. Not just gaining more ground. Reynor forced to engage. Bailing connections, they are lackluster. Nice power bomb here on the medics. Medivacs. A lot of Medivacs go down. GuMiho still pushing in. Again, if he backs off, I mean, Reynor's just going to run away with this. Pressure is on GuMiho. But still just barely has an army. Reynor's just been chipping away. GuMiho is getting some of the expansion. Powerbomb's going to be popping up. Reinforcements, they have arrived. And GG gets called as GuMiho, he runs out of steam. He was completely all in, but last did not quite break through. And Reynor will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the playoffs. GG. GG, well played, Reynor. He is the first player to make it into those playoffs. Again, GuMiho was just forced all-in. He was just forced into an all-in. He was denied the bases. Of course, he was his economy was crippled due to the massive counterattack and the massive aggression. And with that, GG, well played. We are now getting ready for our next series. We're now getting ready for the losers match. Congratulations to Reynor. Again, Reynor, he's the first player to make it into the playoffs. And GuMiho, he's knocked down to the decider match. GuMiho is going to be waiting for the winner of our next series, waiting for the winner of Oliveira versus Rogue. Let's go. We're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have that matchup. What exactly is it going to be? Hard to say. Again, Oliveira has been off racing quite a bit. He's been doing a lot of off racing. So we could be seeing Oliveira's Protoss. We could be seeing Oliveira's Zerg. I would imagine Protoss, but we'll see. We shall see. For now, we're going to be going on a short break. We'll see you guys after it with our next match. See you soon. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OSC as we have returned with the tail end of the broadcast. We have returned with the elimination match. We just crowned our first player making it through into the playoffs. That was Reynor. Reynor, he is the first player through into the main event, into the playoff bracket, I should say. Meanwhile, we're here to determine the first player out of the tournament. We have a ZVP. Let's go. As spawning in the right-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the Chinese, typically Terran, but now a Protoss player, the blue Protoss for Weibo Gaming. It is Oliveira. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg for Team Falcons. It is Rogue. Here we go, and if you're in the chat, you know what time it is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck in the chat as you get those predictions going. And again, Oliveira, he has been enjoying his off racing. We've seen him play Protoss, we've seen him play Zerg as well. He has been mixing it up. Here against Rogue Oliveira, I believe he should be playing Protoss every game in this series. And the reason why I say this is because Oliveira, he's not playing his main race, he's avoiding Terran, and he will be avoiding the mirror matchup. He will not play Zerg. So Protoss is the only option, the only answer. Let's go. Let us go. When it comes to this, curious as to why Oliveira has been off racing in this event, and even during Master Colosseum as well. We already knew that Oliveira, he has been tempted by the idea of retiring. It was in LiuLi, the December finals, where Oliveira almost didn't play. CranKy did reach out and did ask him to actually compete, and I mean, hey, Oliveira, he won the tournament. It was crazy, it was wild. Did win the event. But Oliveira, he has been very much so demotivated as of late, and at least from what I had heard, is that Oliveira, he was saying that he was going to retire if there was no announcement regarding EWC and StarCraft. But we did hear from some people in the chat that were tuning into the SE Boy stream yesterday that apparently Oliveira had stated that he was going to be retiring regardless. So if that is the case, this might be the final games that we're seeing here from Oliveira here in LiuLi Cup. In the LiuLi Cup. Which is sad to hear, just because he's such a great player. Like Oliveira, he is so damn good. I would say he is maybe top 3 Terran in the world. Like top 3 Terran, just behind, just under Clem and Maru is where I would typically place Oliveira. He's a very strong competitor, and we saw that at EWC. Like his performance at Esports World Cup was not bad whatsoever. Same with the events preceding that as well. But I mean, you know, at the end of the day, it will come down to Oliveira, to his decision. We'll see what he goes for, whether he, you know, again, retires or doesn't. Meanwhile, Stargate into Void Queen. Now, we spoke earlier about how typically whenever we see a player off race here as Protoss, especially in this PvZ matchup, it is not uncommon to see Skytoss. So like rush into Skytoss is going to be a Void Ray opener. We'll see if Oliveira goes for a second Stargate and a Fleet Beacon alongside this. Otherwise, he could just go for Oracle into a third base, into a Twilight Council. There are options here for Oliveira. There are options. Comes down to what he enjoys. It's what he likes. What does he enjoy here in this matchup? Is it the Sky Toss? It's possible. Safety Roach Warren out of Rogue. This is designed to be done in time for a Glaive follow-up. Speaking of, we do see that Oliveira is still just getting his third base. No early tech yet. There it is at Twilight Council. Twilight Council has been thrown down, and based on the Twilight Council timing, I believe Oliveira is planning... Ooh, that's an early Forge. Okay. You have my attention. This tech is earlier than normal, so I would assume this is +1 and Blink into potentially a 3-base all-in. Otherwise, this could be Charge. We'll keep an eye on Oliveira. What do you have for us? What do you got? Meanwhile, you see across the map, so far Rogue is keeping up, he's defending his bases. No drones have gone down yet. And there's the answer of +1 and charge on the way for Oliveira. And this should be a +1 in charge timing. Oh boy. And this can hit like a truck. I believe we should be reinforcing this with Archons as well, with the Templar Archives. Gateway explosions on the way. And Rogue is building up his Roach army. Oh wait, it's a 2-base all-in. Alright, I guess technically going to be a soon-to-be 3-base all-in, as the 3rd base is somewhat getting saturated. Oh boy. As Oliveira is building up. Again, no gases at the natural, no gases at the 3rd. It is going to be a charge-based all-in, of course, purely minerals. And Rogue is still trying to piece it all together. Still trying to figure out what exactly is going on. Have Oliveira going for his hydrogen. Oh, sorry, Rogue going for the hydrogen. So Roach is the Hydras. Blink is on the way behind this. This tells us that Oliveira might decide to take his gases. Link dips in. Zelta warping as well. Here comes the first push. Oliveira knocking down the expansion. And Rogue not quite in position for this. That is going to be a cancel. Cancel on the hatchery. Rogue attempting to punish, but that's a lot of zealots. And Oliveira, he commits. He dives on the army. Lings go down. Roaches are exposed. Sorry, queens are exposed. So far, Oliveira, he backs off. Doesn't commit. Will preserve those zealots. Does preserve them. Does build up. Getting another expansion. Taking his gases. Let's go. So Oliveira, he is taking up. Towards at least Blink. No splash damage yet. Meanwhile, as Oliveira is building up into Blink Stalkers, we do have Rogue building up towards Roach Hydra. Into potentially Lurkers. Lings, they confirm the army. Oliveira rotating towards the south. These rotations take a long time to really get going. But Oliveira, he has arrived. Is we pushing in. Going for the expansion. Clutch transfuse. Yeah, the base is going to be saved. And Rogue, he should be able to hold. Zones away the Zealots. And Rogue is about to max. Like, Rogue, he's just outscaling Oliveira. Again, previously, this was supposed to be an all-in, and now Oliveira, he's trying to expand, trying to tech up, but there's still no Storm, there's no Disruptors, no Colossus, no nothing. And this is going to be a tough hold here for Oliveira, as he has purely Stalker. Yeah. Pushing in. Raids with the army. Takes down the Zealots. Is running at the Hydras. Oliveira coming in from behind. Not bad. Cleans up half the army. The other half finally arrives. Bit of a disjointed attack here from Rogue. But it's still enough. Yeah, it's still just too much. Rogue, he shuts down the Void Ray, pushing in towards the 3rd. Rogue bleeding out too many Stalkers. Sorry, Oliveira bleeding out too many Stalkers. The Protoss, you know what I mean. And with that GG, Rogue will take game number 1. Whew. GG, well played. Rogue does take a lead in the series. Again, coming into this, Rogue is the favored player, as Oliveira, his off race, not as competitive here with Rogue, or at least we didn't expect it to be, but it was a very interesting build. Very interesting build nonetheless from Oliveira to go for the attempted charge all in. Unfortunately, unfortunately, Rogue was playing safe. If you remember, he was playing safe. He was being careful. As a result, when the Zealot army arrived, there were Roaches. There were Roaches all ready to defend, so Rogue, he was safe and sound, and after the initial defense, it was just a really rough kind of road to the mid game there for the Protoss, for Oliveira, as he was just outscaled. Couldn't quite keep up in a longer game state. And now we're getting into game number 2. And again, we should be seeing more Protoss here from Oliveira. And game 2 is going to be on Ley Lines. Interesting. Ley Lines is a smaller map compared to Amygdala. That is true. Aggression could be a little bit more favorite here. We'll see. I wouldn't be opposed to another Void Ray opener. Wouldn't be opposed to it from Oliveira. To go Void Ray into, instead of Charge all in, maybe something different. Maybe Sky Toss? Maybe. We'll see. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ley Lines, we have the Chinese Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is Oliveira. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the red Zerg, representing Team Falcons, leading the series 1-0. It is Rogue. Here we go. Hello, Rogue. As a drone is being sent out, and Rogue is setting up for a hatch block across the map. Now, this shouldn't be for an all-in. This should just be to disrupt the opener, to block the natural, and then Rogue can expand back at home and drone up and just settle into a longer game state as the hatchery is placed. Hatchery has been thrown down. Oliveira, he does pull the boys. Going to be 6 probes here to deal with the hatchery. Across the map, Oliveira does at least delay the expansion of Rogue. Pylon is placed. Rogue behind this, throwing down earlier tech. Going to be going for this, for the gases and for the pool. So delayed expansion here for Rogue as the pylon does not complete. On the way. Rogue should just being as annoying as possible. Oh my god. Does not allow his opponent to expand. For at least a little bit longer, but there we go. Rogue now finally takes the natural. Natural is finally on the way. Across the map, Rogue, he does cancel the hatchery, starts an Evo chamber. For the curious, you can pull this off because whenever you cancel a hatchery, a small patch of creep is left over. You can begin a building. And with that, Rogue gets a full scout, gets a read on any kind of earlier tech, and we're settling it. So Gate Cyber expand here by Oliveira. Rogue earlier gases into a natural, into a third base. The bases are very delayed here for Rogue, that is true. To make up for it, early link speed. Early link speed here out of Rogue. And from here, Rogue should just be joining, should just be saturating. From the side of Oliveira, I'm curious to see where he goes from here. As a reminder, last game, Oliveira did open Void Ray. When Void Ray opener into a charge-based all-in, here we could be seeing another Void Ray into something different. I'm hoping for Void Ray opener into either Glaive Adepts, or into a standard game, or into Sky Toss, to try to keep Rogue guessing. But now Rogue forced to make 10 lings to defend. The tech is still quite delayed here for Oliveira. And Rogue, you will get a free scout. That should not have happened. Lings, they slip into the main. They confirm the Stargate. Oh, you confirm. And there it is. Once again, Void Ray opener out of Oliveira. As I mentioned before, like, I do quite like this here. If you open up Void Ray at the beginning of the series, you may as well commit. And open Void Ray every game. One probe goes down so far. Surround on the Zealot. Nice pickups here by Rogue. Nice pickle so far. Interesting. Rogue going for an earlier Evo chamber. That is not seen too often. Gets us around, takes down the Adepts. That should not have happened. Ay. Yeah, no shield battery. 3 Adepts go down. Probes under fire. Oliveira taking a third. Link Scout does confirm no earlier attack. 26 things and 28 links in production. Ah, no. That's a lot of links. Ah, no. He's going for the third. At least the third base. Maybe even more than that. First Oracle's just now on the way. Again, Oracles, they have their place in this matchup because of the Void Ray first. It means there's not much less to defend. And Lings, they will hit the third. Even surrounding the Zealots. No. We just ignore the third base. We ignore the third. The wall is wide open. Oliveira doing his best hero impression. Lings, they flood into the main. They flood into the natural. Pylon is surrounded. And Oliveira's just being torn apart. No, everything's on fire. Everything does catch fire. They reinforces. They still go for the third base. 13 probe kills. Ay. That should not have happened. Here, Rogue just consulted his army, still making pure Ling. No, and it's still open. No, the wall is still open. The wall is still not a wall. Lings, they bust into the mineral lines. Probe's going to be going down. A lot of workers. Ooh, that's going to be 13 probe kills. And Lings, they're still busting into the main. And there it is. GG. Good luck in the next round. And Rogue, you will pull Oliveira apart and take the series 2-0, advancing on to the decider match. GG. GG, well played. Rogue will claim the series. We'll take the best of 3. And my condolences to Oliveira here. Again, Oliveira, there are definitely rumors, or I mean, I say rumors, there's a high chance that Oliveira is going to be stepping away and is going to be retiring. There's a reason as to why he has been off racing as of late. And yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll see what does occur with Oliveira in the coming months. Again, if there is going to be an official retirement, we'll be there to announce it, as always, during the podcast. Regardless, though, Rogue does advance on into the next round, and up next, we have the final best of 3 of the night. The final series is going to be a best of 3 between GuMiho and Rogue. Let's go. Let us go. Just setting things up. The vetoes are underway, so we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have our final series of the broadcast. See you soon. See you soon. and welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the final series of the broadcast of the night. Welcome back to the final series of Group A, as we here embracing the LiuLi Cup Grand Finals, the group stage, and this is the decider match. Reynor was the first player to advance on, and we're here to determine the second, the one and only other player out of the group. And spawning in the top right hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg for Team Falcons. It is Rogue. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing himself, currently teamless, the reigning Hope Star Cup champion. It is GuMiho. Here we go. And this is a rematch from earlier in the day. Again, at the start of the broadcast, the second series was GuMiho versus Rogue, and GuMiho did take the series 2-0. GuMiho, he did claim the first series was in his favor, and did play mech in one game and did embrace bio in the other. He did pull Rogue apart, but we'll see how things adjust here the second time they face off in the rematch. If you're in the chat, you know what time it is. Gamba time. It's Gamba time, papi. Here we go. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series, who you think will advance on into the playoffs. Best of luck. Best of luck. As we are going to be entering a very different kind of veto process, we do have, or I should say map process here, as game one is going to be on ley lines, a much smaller map here, and I would imagine that GuMiho is going to be less determined to embrace mech on a smaller map like ley lines. If you recall, he was able to embrace it on some of these larger maps instead. Was able to get into it. But now, standard opener. Racks expand here out of GuMiho. Hatch gas pool out of Rogue. So far, so good. Just quickly double checking here. And yes, the game that GuMiho did go mech in was Amygdala, if you recall. Likewise, was able to snowball out of control on Abyssal Reef as well with Bioplay. But Amygdala and Abyssal Reef are much larger maps in the map pool, so again, we're going to be getting to much smaller maps instead this time. Oh, as GuMiho does delay the third base. Does delay the third. Rogue, his drone is going to be trapped here as a would-be gas geyser. And taking the southern third base is going to be a very difficult thing to do here. Rogue, he's going to be stuck on two bases. He is contained. Up! GuMiho going for the drone. Doesn't quite get it. Oh my god, never mind. Does get the drone. A worker goes down. Across the map, Lings, they do slip into the main, getting a full scattered as a third CC before Starport. Economic opener out of GuMiho. And again, he did a great job here at delaying the third. Did delay quite heavily. GuMiho can now settle into his two-base economy for the time being. Into his 1-1-1. And Rogue back at home. Gonna have to re-expand, retake that third base, drone up, and settle in. Now, thankfully, Rogue, he did scout the third CC. He was able to scout earlier with his Lings, so as a result, Rogue can cut corners. He can opt to cut corners. Never mind, he's still going to play it safe. Roaches. Roach Warren gets placed. So Rogue is going to open Roaches. But again, can delay Roach production a little bit further in favor of droning, saturating, taking the gases. Hellions, they poke in, but there's not that many Hellions here to really threaten a dive. I say that, GuMiho, he doesn't care. He commits. Does commit in. Dives into the main. Hellions getting low, but the drones, they do get roasted. Two workers going down so far, but nothing major. No major damage here, just two workers for the time being, and Rogue should defend. I mean, he has no Lings, so we're going to get another volley off. The volley does go off in the mineral line. Likewise, Hellion reinforces towards the third. GuMiho, he has been quite delicate when it comes to his micro, and so far it's paid off. Very delicate control, gets another drone, and another. Oh, and that slowly has been adding up here. That's been 6 drone kills, 6 drones for 2 Hellions and 1 Reaper. Well worth it. Oh my god. As we have a random Marine. Random Marine does waddle in. Is cleaned up. But so far the trades have been in favor of GuMiho. And he's not done. Behind this, getting his third base on location, and he's getting ready for a dive towards the third base mineral line. This time Rogue does have roaches though. The Queens are in position, the Hellions are forced back. So far so good. He's keeping up. He's able to keep up. Banshee into the main. And Rogue, I should say GuMiho is just working towards that mid game here. Now that he has his third base, he can now focus on his 5-rack setup, into stim, into combat shields. Just going to be harassing it with Heli and Banshee, but building up his bio army back at home. And this does give Rogue the opportunity to drone up himself. Saturate his third. Getting a fourth. That is going to be a fast infestation bit out of Rogue. With that, can either go into fast hive or into faster infestors. I imagine, especially as he did open Roach, would be getting into faster infestors, but we'll see. We'll see what Rogue goes for. Link speed is on the way. This tells us that most likely Rogue is going to go Link Bane Roach Ravager, assuming that a Bane Nest gets thrown down as well. Into a more solid mid-game composition. So Rogue is not going for an all-in. And there's that Baneley Nest. So it is going to be Ling Bane Roach Ravager. Now until Baneling's speed finishes up, and again the Baneley Nest isn't even done, Rogue is going to be somewhat vulnerable. GuMiho waiting for his medevacs. Pushing in. I commit. Rotating around, getting an Overlord. 1-1 is almost done for GuMiho. Just now finishing. GuMiho is being deflected. 4 drone kills. Not bad. 1 Banshee goes down. Hellions, they threaten a dive. Ground army's out of position. Drones, oof, they somewhat go down. Still just only 4 drones. Double drop into the natural. GuMiho pulling Rogue apart. 4 drone kills, a Spore as well. Hellions, they commit. They take down 1 Queen. Banshee into the main. A tri-pronged attack. And this is getting out of hand. Hey, it's 9 drone kills. And the Banshee's not done, getting 10. 10 drones going down. Getting him to 13. Oh my god, 14. Doesn't quite get a queen. The queens, they get low. 13 workers falling, and here comes the main push. Here comes GuMiho. As he moves out, Rogue moves in. Ooh, GuMiho out of position. Doesn't turn around. SCVs are falling. GuMiho, he commits across the map. He smells blood in the water. Bailey's is still on the way. And GuMiho, he may lose workers back at home, but he's going for the kill. He can afford those losses. He will take down the 4th hatchery. Lings across the map, still wreaking havoc. Hatchery goes down, but again, GuMiho, he wants more. Oh, you can see Rogue rushing into into Ultra Tech. Kind of waiting on the way. GuMiho, he rotates. GuMiho is almost maxed out. It's almost maxed at this point. The Lings, they do hit the expansion once again. Denying mining time. Ultras are popping out. And with the help of Ultras, can Rogue defend even when he's down in supply? He might be able to hold on. A big maybe on that one though. Alright, now we know what the fast infestation build was for. It was for the fast Ultras. And this lady finishing up in 10 seconds. Tank boy's going up. GuMiho catch. Oh my god, no splits! Oh my god, takes a massive alias to the face. That was not the best fight for GuMiho. With that diplomacy in supply. But he still might have too much. Oh, the Vials! Oh god. The Vials, they shut down one of the Ultras. There's one Ultra left. And despite the upgrades, looks like GuMiho, he should have too much. Getting on top of the tech, getting on top of the Ultra Cavern. Ultra Cavern goes down. Ultra does survive. Survive a little bit longer here. Last GuMiho, he kites back, takes down the Ultra. And GuMiho, for the most part, he has broken through. He has broken through. Rogue, he's stuck on 3 bases. GuMiho finally getting his 3rd base up and running, 4th base as well. Once again, Rogue being forced to fight off of creep. Not like this. Ultra goes down. As they are trading against the tanks. If Rogue's holding. Does hold on. Gets the base up and running. Rogue, he can try to bounce back in this game. Has an okay economy. 70 workers. Rogue, he commits. Makes down 8 SCVs. GuMiho once again embracing that base trade. Ignores the main army, takes on every single drone. GG gets called as GuMiho, he does snowball out of control, and GuMiho takes the lead in the series. Whew. GG. GuMiho does take a lead. Again, GuMiho just gaining so much momentum early on. It was insane how much damage GuMiho got with the Hellion Banshee, harass. It was Hellion Banshee and I guess drop play as well. He was just picking Rogue apart, and that led into the eventual 3-base move out, which Rogue just could not stop. He just could not stop the bio push here from GuMiho. As a result, Rogue, he was forced to counterattack, and hey, the counterattacks were doing damage. They were doing damage, that is true. They were killing SCVs, they were denying mining time, but the main army of GuMiho could not be dealt with. There was a key moment where GuMiho didn't split his army and he took a bunch of aliens to the face. That was like the best fight that Rogue could have hoped for. Despite that, still not enough. Still not enough. And now we're getting into game 2. It's going to be on Abyssal Reef. Not again. Going to be leading into Abyssal Reef for the 2nd time here. For the second time even between these 2 players. Oh boy. And we could be in for another longer one. We'll see. Could be in for a longer one. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Abyssal Reef, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg. Representing Team Falcons, down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and we'll see if he can force the ace match. It is Rogue. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Terran player. We have the red Terran, the reigning Home Story Cup champion. It is GuMiho. Here we go. Again, GuMiho, he is 1 game away from advancing on into the next round, into the playoffs. Uno Mas is all he needs, and he is setting up for a 2-Rax Reaper. Let's go. Shouldn't be too much of a surprise here. But yes, it is going to be 2-Rax Reaper here out of GuMiho. With this, he can move out, he can apply pressure, and he can deny the 3rd, or at least delay. And yes, as is being posted in the chat, and as we are confirming here, we did just get an update. In Discord here. It looks like officially, yes. It looks like, I mean, it was a little bit vague posting, but A little bit vaporizing, but it looks like Oliveira, he is alluding to the fact that he has retired. He just posted on a Chinese forum that he's starting a new page in his life. Much love to Oliveira, much love. Again, he's a great player, a big fan of Oliveira, big fan of Panan. For now, though, we're just focusing on our series, or focusing on our match. Again, 2-Rax Reaper into the natural. GuMiho, he's going to be rallying across the map. And again, the goal here is to deny the third. Deny the third base. Pokes in, dancing with the links. You can see here, Rogue, he is already denied that third. He's going to be stuck on 2 bases, and he's going to be droning up. As we speak. Eventually, when Rogue finishes up link speed, then he can break out. He can collapse on the Reapers themselves. And finally expand. He'll get there. He will get there. Of course, GuMiho, I'm sure he is fully aware of the timing, is fully aware that speed is almost done. So GuMiho should soon race back home. Speaking of back at home, third CC before starport, this is an economic follow-up. There are definitely builds where you go 2-Rax Reaper into a 3rd and 4th Rax, into Stim, into something more aggressive, but this is going to be more economic instead. So the 2-Rax Reaper is going to be turning into a 3CC 2-on-1. Still Stim timing, and interesting, GuMiho does go for the add-on swap. Typically, there's one of 2 things you can do here. Either go for a starport and then make a tech lab and then go for an add-on swap, or make a reactor and go for an add-on swap, or just focus on bioproduction. But instead, we have an early Hellion production instead here out of GuMiho. With these Hellions, we could see GuMiho throw down an armory, or this could just be for extra scouting information instead. So Hellions are on the way, and Marine production is delayed. So on the one hand, GuMiho, he will have extra Hellions early on for some map presence and for some aggression, but that does mean that the later Stim timing is going to be weaker for GuMiho. So this is the give and take as GuMiho moves out. Rogue going for a Bailey Nest first. Okay, safe follow-up here out of Rogue. That is a Bailey Nest before anything else, before Lair, before Evo Chambers. So very safe play by Rogue. It means that if GuMiho was going for a Hellbat push, then Rogue would be ready for it. Then Rogue would have Banelings ready for those Hellbats. GuMiho is going to be forced back. He's going to be forced back for the time being. More links are amassing for Rogue. Rogue is still droning, though. He's double expanding. I should say that. Getting a macro hash, taking a 4th base. Building up some safety Ling Bane. And just now getting into his own Evo Chambers. And again, these upgrades are going to be delayed here for Rogue. Delayed upgrades into delayed Lair. Headed towards the mid game. GuMiho has momentum. He's already moving out. Oh, and I'm not too confident here that Rogue is going to have enough to hold on. We'll see. Rogue at the same time going for a big link counter attack, which means he's going to have that much less of him to defend. Wings A catch reinforcements. Nicely done. Marines going down, SCVs as well. Yeah, the entire middle line is going to fall, and GuMiho, he's committed. And I don't think he can quite break through. There is enough Ling Bane to defend. That's going to be 10 SCV kills. GuMiho, he will catch 1 queen. Just the one. as they turn back around. Getting more SCVs. We're even setting up a Baneling bus. Let's go. Baneling run by. GuMiho is forced back home. He was punished for being active. He didn't quite get any damage. He cleared out some creep. He traded with some lings, but he lost 10 SCVs in the process. Even more than that, actually. 12 SCVs went down. With that, Rogue takes a lead. Nice catch here by GuMiho. Does shut down the Ling Bane run by. Very necessary pickup here for GuMiho. He needed something to go his way. And now he's pushing. Now once again, he is moving out. These tanks are going to be within range of the mineral line. And this is one of the features of Abyssal Reef. You can hit the mineral line from the other side of the ravine. Bailin is being targeted down. Oh my god. And Rogue, he collapses on the main army. Takes down the first tank. Forces the pickup. And GuMiho just doesn't have enough. Wolves barely save the tank though. Tank gets saved. GuMiho, that Baliness is very low. Rogue already replacing it. Back at Baliness on the way. First one goes down. The mule to repair. Rogue, he comes from behind. He does break through. Takes down both tanks. Rogue holds. Rogue, he does hold on. Did cost him his lings, but he does hold. And the queens, though, they are punished. GuMiho just being so aggressive here, so active. It's not too worth it, though. Does have to race back. And with that, GG gets called. GuMiho, he runs out of steam. And we're going to the ace match. We're going to game 3. Whew. GG. GuMiho, he was hyper aggressive there. He was forced into the all-in just because of the run by earlier. If you recall, we were talking about the moment when GuMiho lost 12 workers. He lost 12 SCVs to the Ling run by. And with that, GuMiho, he just couldn't quite maintain himself. And with that, we're going all the way to the ace match. Let's go. We are going to game 3, and we'll see how this story ends. We'll see if this goes the way of Rogue or GuMiho. Honestly, this could go either way. I do still favor GuMiho coming into these matches, but clearly we can see that GuMiho has to respect Rogue. He can't really be one to throw caution to the wind too often. Does have to respect the setup here for Rogue. And definitely be more wary when it comes to run-bys, counterattacks, to the aggression of the Zerg. And here we go. The final game is going to be on Amygdala. Ooh, one of the larger maps in the map pool. Longer rush distance by ground. If you recall, last time, previously when they faced off on Amygdala, GuMiho did play mech. Did mech it up. We'll see if he does it again. I'm not too fond of the idea of doing the same build like 2 times in a row. I mean, it is a different series, I suppose, but we'll see. See if GuMiho does go mech. Here we go. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Amygdala, we have the red Zerg player, South Korean Zerg for Team Falcons. It is Rogue. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran. It is GuMiho. Go. Here we go. As we do find ourselves here in the ace match, the final game of the series, the final game of the broadcast here tonight. It's been a long one. I do apologize for being a little bit low energy. Do apologize, especially it was during Reynor series, during Reynor versus GuMiho. That was when I'd reached my lowest point. God, I was just very, very tired. didn't get to sleep too much, so I do apologize for that. I will try to be more well rested tomorrow, as we still have just a lot of StarCraft to cover, a lot of StarCraft to go. So we'll do my best. I didn't sleep well after yesterday's broadcast, so we'll do better. We'll do better. As tomorrow we're going to be live with the Pickasaur Monday. Pickasaur Monday is in what, 9.5 hours? 9.5 hours time. So should be plenty of time to get some sleep. Should be. So we are settling in so far. Hatch gas full, standard opener. Into a third base. Everything looking normal from the side of Rogue. Meanwhile, GuMiho back at home going for his own Rax factory into, I would imagine, third TC. Standard opener. And we'll keep an eye out for something like mech. We'll see if GuMiho does open up with a faster starport. I mean, honestly, GuMiho's mech was terrifying when he showcased it earlier. Wouldn't be opposed to seeing it again. And there it is, starport to be 4cc. So this is going to be the 1-1-1 out of GuMiho. Now with that faster starport, that means more aggression, that means a bigger commitment into Hellion, bigger commitment into Banshees. So once again, GuMiho is going to be in the face of Rogue. No boy. Going to be in his face. Cloak has begun. Settings that 1-1-1. GuMiho, he attempts to dive into the mineral line, but this time Rogi's ready. This time Rogi's ready for it. Does shut down the Hellions. Nicely done. And this time Rogue, his mineral line, it's safe and sound. It is going to be safe and sound. GuMiho looking for another way in. Does rotate. Looking for another way into the bases. So far, Rogue, he's able to keep up. He's able to minimize losses. For the most part. Now, thankfully, GuMiho didn't lose too much there. He only lost two. Two Hellions went down. So GuMiho, he still has enough to threaten another dive. Oh. Marine does fall. So does the SCV. Rogue, he delays the command center. Meanwhile, Hellions, he commits. He commits into the middle line. Banshee goes down. Banshee does fall. Drones, they somewhat line up. 4 workers getting roasted, getting up to 6, getting up to 8. 8 drone kills is good if it was just for the Hellions, but remember, the Banshee did fall as well. And GuMiho, he's playing mech. There it is. He's making it up once again. 2 more factories on the way. But this time, the opener isn't as successful. Previously, GuMiho would get much more damage than this. Rogue, he was much more prepared this time. So nice defense here by Rogue. Acceptable losses. Runs his own run by. But the Banshee is back at home to defend. Oh, hello. As that is Hyperflight Rotors. So we see GuMiho, he's going to be committing into additional Banshee production. This is a unique form of mech. This is something that did rise in popularity last year as well. At the beginning of last year, players like Ryung, players like GuMiho, they were playing around with this style. I think Bunny was as well. So we'll be continuing Banshee production to support. Meanwhile, that is an earlier armory as well. Earlier armory production into earlier upgrades. Banshees, they weave their way into the natural. 2 Banshees, they can watch those drones. 2 more drones going down, 5 in total. Hellions, they do threaten a dive. Roach is not quite ready. Hellions, they are denied though. Gonna be forced back. Backfill accelerators on the way for Cyclone production. +1 armor plating on the way. The GuMiho, interesting choice. As Banshees, they rotate, they catch a queen. Oh! One Banshee finally goes down. The Spore does punish. And Rogue is going Roach Hydra. Oh. GuMiho Rogue extends. Throws away 4 Hellions. Nicely done. 4 Hellions get thrown away. Rogue settling into a more Hydra heavy composition. Into potential Lurker play as well. So we are settling in. Hydra is done. Hydra upgrades on the way. And GuMiho is just waiting for his upgrades before being active. Slowly building up that Cyclone count. It's getting up there. Expansions they poke in. Once again, 4 more drones. Very nicely done. It's been how many in total? 23, jeez. Over the course of the game, 23, 24 drones going down. For 2 Banshees and mainly a Hellion. I mean, it builds up over time. Nice Banshee does hit the natural once again, getting 2 more drones. Pivoting away. Main army has arrived. Hellion Cyclone. Just clearing up creep. GuMiho backing off, throwing down extra factories. Getting up to a 6 factory setup. Getting it for CC. Once again, GuMiho looking quite comfortable. Once again, hoping to deny expansions. Oh, spots the main army. Rogue is building up his Hydra counts. Proper Roach Hydra composition here out of Rogue. Their Lurker 10. Viper production has begun. Rotates, catching out some Overlords. Oh, supply blocking Rogue. Supply blocked. Going back into it now, starting up tank production, catching out some of these roaches. Just go down. Rogue just now taking into the Lurker Den, but for the time being, it should just be about Roach, Hydra, Viper, how the army engages. I mean, the Vipers, they have a lot of potential. Bearing in mind there are no ghosts, and there are 3 Vipers for Rogue. He has potential with Blinding Clouds, with Abductions as well, to yoink those Cyclones. Otherwise, they can just gain a lot of value over time. We'll see if Rogue can lock him down. Jesus, I didn't realize it. I mean, the Banshee production has been continuing, true. Keeping Rogue busy. Cyclones, they trade well. More starports finishing up. I'd imagine that should be for BC production. Let's see if we get there. Yep, speaking of BC, there we go. Fusion cores on the way. 2 more starports as well. Should be for the eventual battle cruisers. Thankfully, Rogue also throwing down his own Spire. Oh, the lock-ons! Oh my god, 1 Viper goes down. Hydras are exposed. GuMiho, he denies the gold. HSA coming from behind, pulling Rogue apart. Drones are going down, no reaction! Delayed response. The drones are left idle. Rogue collapsing in. Nice fighting clouds. Lock-ons, they don't quite punish those Vipers. And Rogue pushes through. GuMiho pulling back to the safety of these tanks. Trading as best he can. Oh, there's a lunge. Rogue, he commits. He's not stopping. It's all or nothing for Rogue. Anti-armor missile does connect. CC goes down. And Rogue, he's not stopping. Going for the planetary. Clutch repairs. Planetary does hold. And GuMiho survives. GuMiho does survive. The Banshees, they continue. Likewise, Rogue catching another CC. Red Setter goes down. Timing's still building up. Give me a forsake the golds. I shouldn't quite mind from it. Shouldn't be able to. So there's a lot of Vipers. Vipers coming in with their joinks. Catching a Viking. Hitting a tank. Likewise, no infestors, no neural power state is going to be available here for Rogue. It's going to come down to his Remax with Corruptors. This first one's helping out. Hellions, they avoid the main army. They bust into a mineral line. Drones, oh my god, the roasting! The drones getting roasted. 21 drone kills. Hellions, they dive into the main. And GuMiho is just pulling Rogue apart. Ay, ay, ay. Workers are going down. 24 drone kills. Drags Rogue back home. 24 drone kills even. Workers going down. With that, GuMiho has bought himself some breathing room. Going for the Mule Hammer. Guys, Rogue's still not quite committing. Ideally, GuMiho wants to wait for Rogue to push into him, take a bad fight, then counterattack. As usually they go to. Seems they do wander in across the map. Getting a couple of workers. Last gonna try and teleport away. 1 BC goes down. More species are building up. How many corruptors? Only 3. Oh, I assumed the corruptor count was a little bit higher. My apologies. And with a low corruptor count, I'm not much more concerned here for Rogue because that's 5, soon to be 8 BCs. And what's the answer? Mass Hydra? I don't like this. Just going up. Species are about to finish. About to pop out. Speaking of beasts, they move out on the right hand side. As roaches get thrown away, corruptors are coming in to replace them. Makes sense. We have 14 corruptors on the way. Second Spire. We have now being deflected. So we're now trading rogue. BC's getting called out. Oh, the abductions are brutal. Rogue is still in this. So in this. Off the ramp. Committing here with the entire army this time. That's a lot of tanks. Tanks are moving in. And thankfully, Rogue has a greater spire. We have Broodlords on the way. Scan reveals the Broods. Corruptors take it for the tide. They commit. Oh god, but the missile is brutal. And GuMiho, he keeps pushing. And this is his final form. This is what he's been building up towards. A maxed out mech army. How many tanks? 17 tanks, 7 battle cruisers. Now the Yamatos. They have the 17 tank support. One Broodlord goes down. The others that get yoinked in. Others that do get abducted. Glass does hold on. Does survive. And with that, GuMiho, we can just keep pushing. Rogue keeps supply blocked. Now is not the time. Diving the army though. Based on the BCs. For the most part. He's forced to teleport away. Now we're going to be remaxing here with those Broods. Broodlords that need to be built up. Final BC gets hunted down. It's really tank cyclone remaining here. For GuMiho. The main army does push in. We have some decent lightning pals. Lurkers, they move in as well, but again, that's 17 tanks. The Ling army does melt. Away. Let's pull away, just rotate once again. Delaying the upgrades. Both the image chambers go down. Subsystems forward. Going for the third. This might just be the final stand here for Rogue. Tries to commit, the base still goes down. It still falls. But again, because the map itself takes so long to rotate from the north to the from the north to the south. It's a long time to rotate. At least getting there. You know, bottom right is going to be denied. Seductions gets to. GuMiho does get into, GuMiho does get into Thor production. So again, we'll be rotating. So hiding well. GuMiho trying to come in from behind. He wants that 17 tanks now down to 7. His tank count is quite low. GuMiho in an awkward position is getting caught out. He should not be here. Yeah, the Cyclones, the Hellions. Oof. Brutal losses here for GuMiho. Pushing on to creep, getting surrounded. Tanks they get left behind. Denying mining. Nice mining from the expansion. Nice clean up there by Thor. Right, there's Thors. Both armies are maxing out. As I'm not sure if I'm too in love with the idea of Rogue committing to mass lurker instead of ultra or broodlord. It is heavily reliant on this, on catching out the army on siege. If it isn't for that, then I think GuMiho's main army is going to be terrifying. GuMiho pushing it towards the expansion. Tank flow is going up. Tank crafts on the right hand side. Base goes down. Takes down another expansion, another base. Rogue is out to a 3-base economy. He's running out of money. He also has a low worker count, but again, the mules, they help. CC goes down. Him moving in. This time up in supply. Scandals reveal the entire army. This time where are the Vipers? Yeah, this time no blinding clouds. The Vipers were not rebuilt. Yeah, they were never rebuilt. GuMiho trying to collapse in. Take down at least some of the Thors, some of the tanks. GuMiho being forced back. He can't hold his own. And GG gets called as Rogue. He runs out of steam. There's nothing else behind this, and GuMiho will take the series 2-1, qualifying for the playoffs for the main event. GG. GG. Whew. Oh my god. GG, well played again. Rogue, if you recall, he went down to 3 bases. He went down to barely an economy. The worker counts were similar, that is true, but I mean mules. Mules, they make up for that, so alas, GuMiho had plenty to work with, plenty to rely upon. Meanwhile, Rogue could not, and with that, Rogue is out of the tournament. He's out of the LiuLi Cup Grand Finals. GG. GG, well played. Again, we knew that it was going to be a brutal group just because there's only room for 2. Only room for 2 players, and you know, we had some very stellar representation here in Group D. Every tournament has their own group of death. As a player of the caliber of Rogue is definitely worthy of being a part of those playoffs, but not this time. Not here. Not this time. As with that, GG will play. Congratulations to GuMiho. Congratulations to Reynor as well, as they are the top 2 players to make it through into this playoffs. And with that, thank you for watching. Thank you for watching. Thank you for tuning in. Again, I'm barely staying conscious. I'm gonna try to get as much sleep as I can before Picasso Monday, and I'm also gonna try to nap before tomorrow's cast as well. I also didn't nap today. I probably should have. I probably should have gotten some rest before the cast. But regardless, it was a lot of fun. Regardless, it was great to see some off racing out of Oliveira, some off racing out of Reynor as well. As I did just mention previously, I should as well reiterate now, especially after these series has ended, is that Oliveira did make a post on not quite Weibo chat, but on the Chinese equivalent, the Chinese forums, that he was retiring, or at least he alluded to it. He said specifically that he was, working on his next step in his life, in his career, which most likely does mean that he's going to be stepping away, which is a shame. I mentioned before, but a big fan of Oliveira. Oliveira, he's an amazing player. He's always had a lot of potential, and there's a reason why he's a reigning world champion. But there were certain circumstances over the past couple of years which did unfortunately make it difficult for him to continue to compete. And for now, at least, is going to be stepping away. But regardless, with that, GG well played. Regardless, it was a fun night of StarCraft, and best of luck to GuMiho and Reynor in those playoffs. Again, when it comes to the next broadcast of this tournament of the LiuLi Cup, the next cast is going to be on Thursday. On Thursday is going to be the next cast. Hold on, actually, we have the technology. It's crazy. Let us switch our scenes over. Bam. And there is this week's schedule here. So you can see on Monday, we were able to wrap up, of course, the LiuLi Cup broadcast. Tomorrow, Tuesday, we have Pickasaur Monday, and we also have a Home Street Cup Group C replay cast, so I look forward to both of those. On Wednesday, we have a Lima League plus the Pondcast. On Thursday, we have more LiuLi Cup action. That's going to be Group B LiuLi Cup. Then, of course, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 3 days straight of Masters Coliseum, as we have now wrapped up the group stage, and that is going to be the beginning of the playoffs. Playoffs are over, of course, those 3 days. The KSL, the Korean StarCraft League, is this weekend as well. You can see it there on the Saturday as well. And intermingled between some of these other broadcasts, you might be able to squeeze in another cast or enjoy some sleep. We'll see. We shall see. Regardless, thank you so much for watching. Thanks so much for tuning in. We do appreciate it. And with that, we'll see you guys in how long? In quite 10. 9 hours. In around 9 hours. In 9 hours time, we're going to be live here with the Pickasaur Monday. So we have plenty of content on the horizon to look forward to it. See you then. See you then. Otherwise, if you want to help support the CranKy Ducklings, you can do so a couple different ways. You can see under the current schedule, you can see the amount that we make via Patreon and the next goal. So if you want to help support us monetarily, you can do so via Patreon. All the money, 100% of the money goes towards our tournaments, goes towards the Sparkling Tuna Cup, Sea Duckling Open, Master 1 Open, and Duckling Showdown as well. So all done via Patreon. If you want to help support us, you can. Otherwise, follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord, all things CranKy Ducklings. Again, I do apologize for being a little bit low energy, especially halfway through the broadcast, but I'll be back tomorrow, and this time I should be well rested. I made the mistake of not napping beforehand and not getting any rest before the cast today, but we'll make sure not to do that next time. I'll do my best. Do my best, Pappy. Do my best. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Who is live at the moment? Who can we send everyone over to? I do see... What do I see? I see Mr. Sadsack. Sadsack is live. Steadfast is live. Who else do we have? MinoVK. Rushy is playing Stormgate. Smile's playing Majora's Mask. Let's go. Fun fact, I've never played Majora's Mask. I played the hell out of Ocarina of Time, but never Majora's Mask.
Do I like really big?
Well, I'm just checking to see who else is live at the moment. Code. I haven't seen Codebar in quite some time. Codebar is live, and a couple of others. But with that, we are going to be wrapping up. So thank you so much for watching. Thanks so much for tuning in. And we'll see you guys tomorrow for some more CranKy Duckling action. See you then, Pappy. See you then. See you next time. Ciao. Ciao. See you next time.